So I could have started on time, but the problem is itself, right? OBS decides to. So we're actually getting, what's weird is we're getting Mother's Blessing early. I'm, well, I want to say I understand why we're getting Mother's Blessing early. So we're actually getting. My volume is incredibly low for once. Why is my volume lower? Well, okay, no, no. There's something weird. OBS either changed. Noticed something was different as well. Oh, what is that? The sound of my own voice. Well, okay, no, no. Yeah, 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 that's not a good sign. It's totally not. Why? Why is it doing that? I wonder, because I was in that thing I had to record and upload. My volume is low. Okay, that is. Yeah, I'll get to where I need to go. I need to. Now, if I memory serves me correct, the fastest way. I actually had a friend help me get through. My glyphs are set about 80. Jesus. So there was a patch today, and then out of pity, they gave us Mother's Blessing. I should say I'm shocked, but not really. That's the way it goes. I yeah. So with Mother's Blessing, hold on. OBS. What is filters? So is that noise suppression works? What the? Wait, mind just a second here, Nico. So they did a patch to increase. Hmm. So yeah, volume is low for some reason. You know, okay. Windows updates hit too. What the apps? See, there was a cumulative update as well. See, what's funny is my glyphs get to 80, but I also have now a max title and max others. So, yep, I'm in business as a necro. I mean, I hit the lottery, so to speak. And I got both just the other day. Um, that's the divine timing. It says play necro, so apparently they just changed. By the way, there it's not even. Is it the other? So I want to fix that. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna turn the. Means I need to turn the boost up, isn't it? See, okay. So OBS is showing good, right? The OBS is showing. I heard it, but it did not happen. So something changed, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Just in audio. Same. Because I know the mic didn't get adjusted. It's filters. Assume I turn on the gain. Might be too high. I have to play with that now, won't I? It's not even. Yep, my sound got screwed over. So everything is functioning at like... Everything is functioning at like 20 decibels lower than it would be. And this is a sound issue that comes from actual Windows itself. Right? The OBS. Bloody hell. You know? Oh, make sure something's not on. Canceling stuff. No, that probably won't be better. Hold on. Okay. No, does that work better? No, it does not. Stupid, stupid, stupid. It's not that one. Indicating, and I'm going to have to correct the actual mic. I don't want to correct this mic at all. That means I'm going to have to play with the volume because of the Windows. I was doing something this morning, then Windows Update said it needed to happen. Now, my biggest fear with Doom the Dark Ages, which I'll start tomorrow, is going to be... I've heard it's an interesting game in terms of the fact of the issues associated with it. First off, they want like a $80 to $100 for the deluxe edition. That was to start it like 2 days early. Now, I also had a feeling that it was going to be, I'm not saying bug ridden, versus there will be bugs and crashes. So apparently Moist Critical had a bunch of crashes and it was a stability issue. Now, it would have been very interesting if that is related to what I was seeing. Because there's a recent NVIDIA driver update, by the way. Because the recent NVIDIA driver update caused some hiccups as well. Yeah. It's gonna be good. But, other than that, I believe. But it's running, and I'm gonna have to check the whole sound. I may actually have to. I have to check all the filters again. I'm gonna have to check the filter. I'm going to have to check that. If the filter is... Look, if it's still low... God, it's gonna be loud. I know what this mic can do. I know what it does. See, I need to get... One of the big things is I need to invest in a board. I need to invest in a soundboard as much. Not a soundboard, but I need a mixer. That's what I need. I need a mixer. Test 1, 2. Yeah, OBS ain't doing shit. OBS isn't doing anything. Hold on. Windows updates are sometimes vile creatures. I find Windows updates sometimes are potentially the worst when it comes to things, because what you think works will and shall not work posted because of automatic reasons, of course. Should have known when I recorded it. So what didn't happen when I recorded that thing earlier? It was there. Posted. Because, yeah. So it's either an OBS issue, OBS. It's either OBS, and there's only one solution. It would be recalibrating the mic and do it again. Or something came on my desk and it just knocked over a knob, which probably is what happened. Because if I speak loud enough, it hits to the 20. But other than that, it is not a boost thing, and it's not translating. So it's not translating to... It's not translating to a thing. No, that's what's going to bother me. Audio is something that's very, not bothersome, or just, like, what is this thing over here? It's a brand new vendor. So I apologize on the sound. I'm going to have to either test it or... It's apparently lower than normal. And adjusting the gain on OBS isn't working. So it's an in-between. A low setting. Maybe so. Well, I wonder if it had to be reset. See, if it had to be actually reset... Well, see, okay, so it's coming in a little bit better. So it's coming in and catching better. Still gotta play with it. Bass should be hitting 25, 30. Yeah. I probably had a cat that messed with knobs. I had a big feeling it's maybe was what happens. Spot up there, one just goes, one decides to go up and do something. Other than that, it can't be the sound system itself. Again, that's going to be very stupid and bother me. So be. Meh, but the devs right now are really stupid in the game. I think the devs are really, really dumb. Like, currently, like, I hate having to put out a thing on, like why someone's a fake gamer. Like, that's fine. You can be a dumbass all day. Like, I don't care. Make your bag on YouTube. Go ahead and do it. Like, Jesus, but don't be a retard at it. Like, if you're just gonna be a retard, like, lie on me? Oh, please do. Okay. You know what? You're not a comic fan. Don't show me current. No, show me the current comics you bought recently. Not new ones. Not reruns. Not omnibuses. Show me current stories. Yeah, no. It's like Tony. Tony cannot talk about a comic that's not 30 years old. TJ can't talk about a comic that's not like 70 years old. I mean, look, you can only redo or dig up Jack Kirby's corpse or even Stan Lee's corpse for so long. Like, that man's creative genius was done and set into motion 30 years, maybe 20 years ago. But as soon as he started getting dementia or insanity later in life, that stuff was gone. And I mean, again, it's up to the legacy of the writers themselves to. I mean, look, Todd McFarlane, he was the main person who did Spawn, obviously. Again, digging up corpses, you need new greats to rise. As much as I potentially dislike EVS is the reason we quote unquote have the emotional spectrum in Green Lanterns. Him and Jeff Johns, amongst others. He actually did something good for mainstream comics to a degree. Never how much you think the emotional spectrum of, like, the emotional spectrum of DC is like, I don't know. That's a hit or miss. How the fuck did you die? Really? People are bad. Mine's corpse. Really, that's gonna piss me off. So there's another one up here. So apparently the server maintenance this season hasn't been great. Be the first to admit it. Now the question is what's faster in Mother's Blessing? As I said, last season it was the... I want to say it was actually, me and my friend determined it was, and you just need these out of the way. I'm gonna get that in 8 minutes. Because if I go live in pits, I'll just forget about... Either if I live in pits or if I live in a... What is it? Pits or I live in infernal hordes, I'll forget about the rest of the world going on. That's kind of what's gonna happen. I'll just literally... Ugh, it's gonna suck. Jesus. Man, they broke notifications. How do you break notifications? Like, apparently that one keeps popping up. So, if that's the case... Oh, freaking good lord. Wouldn't it be nice to have my last of my cinders? Oh, but my cinders are where they need to be. And in scythe... I did pick up a mace the other day. I picked up a mace the other day. Trying to ask a person about a link. They are still there. Oh, and I'm not going to endorse. There's something in the patch notes where now that you can buy ancient scrolls. So, Belial materials are now 500 million or 300 million, right? They're like a stack. That's like nothing in the grand scheme. No, I say that. But right now, but I haven't really been gold farming versus the... I don't know. This is a season. I'm just trying to get my gear to the point it's powerful enough to finish. Like, I need to figure it out. Like, if I could do pits, I'm good. Like, pits are good. Hordes are good. Hordes might be faster on experience. But we're not getting... Our Paragon progression this season is shit compared to last season. Like, you can get your glyphs up prior to your paragons. Like, at some point, it slows down. $70. Not enough. That's not enough. $370. So it's either going to be pits, but the problem is low level pits. Low level pits do not level glyphs. And those are only giving 750. The problem is we're now hitting the point in paragons where it's a drop in the ocean compared to the actual. It's drops in the ocean. Yeah, drops in the ocean. Like 70,000 to Paragon. How much for World Boss? 2 minutes. Sorry. Two minutes. I'm not gonna lie, if it's bugged that all of the literal things are, and you just wait it out, that's like 1,000,000 a thing. That would be insane, by the way. Though you will get tired of seeing fucking apparitions after such, but it can be done. You will get tired of it. Means 70 million, right? So let's where I'm at. 70. So I gotta go 60 more million. Oh, God. That is gonna be pure hell. That's either. That is go into pits, or is that's. That is literally go into pits. Or go into infernal hordes. Unless you can turn and burn whispers within 5 minutes. That's not a good outcome. But I need this done first. I need the cash from this. Once I have this character squared away, or to the point it can just support itself, I can move on to my other one. But it's finally nice to start feeling powerful. It's that nice moment. I almost had a solo tier 4 boss the other day. Which it's more annoying to do, but it was the poison drake. I'm like, yes. Bow before the glories of the Necros. As we're all the same bloody builds. And one Sork in the mix, apparently. You can always tell the Necros because of the cursed auras on the ground. Unfortunately, that is our go-to. Cursed auras are our only friends. Well, the problem actually with all the layer materials is all layer materials are now duped to high fucking hell. The dupers apparently can farm up billions of them. Okay. Now, hypothetically, here's a goblin. Okay. No. Basically, all horde materials have they've warped. The dupers have basically warped the entire economy. Like, all the Belial materials have literally dropped. Like, 300 billion. Like, so 300 million, right? They're like buying a stack. Like, they were that early on, and people just went ahead and out of their way to dupe them. It's like, yeah, no, that's actually the fucked up part. The dupers have already fucked over the economy. It's like blood's non-existent anymore. Like, honest to God, it's kind of like the way I play. Like, I just do the stuff that gives activities. They've been doing the stuff that gives us activities, so either the bots and everything else. So yeah, so start of the season, right? Sure, the Belial stuff was rarer, but it's not there. Also, a source of a giant ass exploit. Supers kind of just ruined the whole economy on the layer materials. And that was a rogue. Well, Deathtrap rogue. Entirely normal. I think these are broken. I think these are actually giving us. I think these are constantly giving us whispers. This will be really bad if this keeps up. Like, if this is just giving us whispers every, like, 5 minutes. Oh boy. There'll be a lot of easy way to earn caches. Thank God they didn't put the tree, the gift of the tree, as they did the other season and Mother's Blessing. They did that last season. Last season, we actually had that. You had bonuses in the tree, as well as Mother's Blessing on top of it. The question is, pits are going to be the other ones. But, like, I think once, if I get my glyphs grinded up to 100, it should be turning and burning like 75s, maybe 80s even. That's a pretty good pace. No, but I'm not gonna lie. this stuff is not moving my bar. Plus, I might do hordes because hordes also give a bunch of bellets. So, I need bellets. Bellets I need to finish out. You know, the only thing about this month, which is fucked. It's okay. Claire Obscure happened. That's Expedition 33. Doom the Dark Ages. Doom the Dark Ages, though. I'm really hoping I don't come in the ass end of, like, I do not want to go into the ass end of that with, Jesus, the technical issues. I had a feeling that was going to happen. But at least it's 20-something chapters. Yeah, it's kind of an expensive month. Like, honestly, I don't know if that game justifies its price. I mean, they want premium access on a game like that. Because, I mean, yeah, people are paying $100 plus for the collector's edition and play, like, the 2 days early. So, I'm like... But with the deluxe edition, because that's why I wasn't sure, like, with the deluxe edition, with it, because the issue with, I mean, they want a premium price on a game that it looks roughly linear, is its other problem. I mean, it's so simple. Even a shitty gamer like Tony could actually get through it. I mean, just don't play it like DSP played it and isn't playing it like it's a sniping game. Nah, never a thing. But technically, I haven't played a Doom since Doom 3, but I understand roughly how the new system works. Because how the new system works, it's pretty self-explanatory. I want to know what this shit is. Right there. I have a feeling I know what that is. But I went over there and looked. Nothing is there. And it's annoying. Okay. Alright. So there's a vendor that sometimes hides over here. But she's not here. Like, she is supposed to be here. Like, there's a vendor. It's supposed to be on the map. The only thing I can think of is they fucked up where she is. Tosseract? Where's she supposed to be? I think it's a Tosseract. Is that linked? Also, she's in Tosseract. Here? Yeah, you keep fucking telling me there's oaths. Yeah, we're getting... Hey, what do you do when your powers are maxed out? See, all my powers are maxed out. So now that all my powers are maxed out, we're just gonna farm caches into oblivion. And I don't endorse farming Belial, but we might. It will happen. And Belial materials are duped into oblivion. Um, that's the thing. Belial materials are duped into oblivion. And Belial gives the most basically material for that. And yeah. And the thing is, those caches are actually really broken. And I say that with respect. Those caches are super, super broken. No, I mean, the problem is the answer would be to speedrun this, but I need glyphs. And that is not the problem. Glyph power is the issue currently. It means you have to push. You have to push. Pushing is a bitch. Really? Did it not sync? Okay, this is not a good sign. Uh, is it out? Hold on. Hold on. Really? My phone's starting to act up. Is it... Yeah, my email's not syncing. What is it? And there's an issue. Yep, that's bad. That is super bad. Interesting. Something is weird. Oh, you know what it looks like? Oh, I see what that is. It's just a. That is a dumb thing, by the way. Let me see. Can I do an 80? Oh god, I don't think I can do a 90. Okay, let's try an 85. This could go really badly. This could go super badly. Well, let's see. Yeah, these things are far too tanky, even by all standards. Halfway tempted. You know, I am going to have to go clear out those caches. Oh, yeah. They are bouncing. My shit's just bouncing off of them. That is a bad sign. See, this is something we're seeing, right? Like, this is the result of the tiering from, like, yeah, so this is the result of the problem with the tiering in pits, okay? So 85. And think about every one of these is about 40. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, there's gonna be no way. And I'm trapped in a fucking corner. Dude, I'm hitting these things for... It doesn't move them. It does not move them at all. Barrier, please. Thank you. Yeah, this isn't moving them. I was hoping my friend knew this, but he... So the idea is, like... You know, I do H Christ. That's one horde. I mean, glyphs help? Paragons is what we're gonna mainly need. Oh, man. I've seen even me and my friend both. Like, he's on the barbarian pet build, the Pokemon build, so to speak. And they have infinite summons. Like, kind of discovered that with where I was going to do with mine, because I usually use summon ancients anyways. And all these things have too much HP. That ain't gonna happen. What the fuck? You just die, Auto. Quicker. It's the walls. Partly the walls. salvage this run. Yeah, no. These walls are not my friend. Resistance. And there's a fucking suppressor. That is about a shit ton of lightning pillars right there. We're talking curse. We are talking max. Yeah, I am out of potions. Or, yeah, I am literally out of potions. Like, I am out. That is not a good sign. Like, yeah, these things are not moving. Layout. I'm not gonna lie, that is that's insane, by the way. I thought... I'm not saying my friend was joking about the difficulty amongst it, but that's the problem with scaling. I started noticing it. I mean, those things are bouncing off multipliers and additives that would kill an entire horse. That's a bad sign. They are literally fighting off. I don't think I've ever, like, that is because I want to say, like, that's pretty brutal. Like, in term of what I see, that is basically the equivalent of, which would be 120s or higher last season. Because, again, stuff is bouncing off of it like it's just water underneath a bridge. You know, I have problems with that. And trust me, if my build that is happening, nah. But then you look at what's happening to a lot of us in the open world. We are just... I mean, it's being felt all over the game. That's what kind of tired me out. Well, like, I played it the first part of the season. And I had to go do something else. Because the way they have the game balanced, like, right now, it's very problematic. Like, you cannot have people grind gear. The problem is, okay, grind gear. Okay. Grind obducite. And then grind paragon. Grinding paragon has been it's like a multi-layer, like, I put, like, issue. Because, I mean, yeah, can I kill in tier 4? Probably. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But it's clearing it timely compared to a prior season. You know, is a thing. I mean, I need to craft a bunch of these. 40. I need about 20 more. 120. So I do need yep. I'm gonna need a bunch of those. I have one boss I haven't killed with take your own medicine, right? That's the one of and that is Endurial. I do not like I have a bunch of Endurial mats. I just have not gone over to her yet. It's been a weird season. It's already in that strange enough season that we're playing more, but it's like this character, if I can fell a tier 4 world boss solo world boss, right? I know why I keep getting that notification because that is the problem because I keep earning caches. The only thing is I need to actually not close. I think I can one-shot him. I really do at this rate. Hi, Belial. What's up? And oh god, you're a dick. You're an absolute dick. That is. It's one reason why I need to increase my life to a degree. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is beyond unfortunate. Nuked out of oblivion by a fucking shade of Belial. That has not happened before. I see it. I don't want to see that over there. I know what it is. What? You see, it's like right in here. It's either right in here, but where that's showing is like right in here.
It's hard to walk down the streets when they've been flooded with the grief and sorrows of Guran.
But you see, where it's showing on the map is right here. This is where there's supposed to be like a holiday vendor. I think there's a raven tree, but the raven tree is not where, so it's not the raven tree. So it's like in this area. See, whatever that map marker is, it is a very fucked map marker. I mean, that map marker is where the holiday or the special vendor map markers are. And they're supposed to be right there. But again, that's a little weird when it comes to why is that there? There's some weird server issues with these last few updates. I just do not know what it is. god, the hitting is completely fucked. Lord have mercy. What is servers? Not right. Oh god, that completely spaced that. You an asshole. Yep. Oh god. Fuck these server response times. These server response times are bad. Oh, you son of a... Ah, you horrible boss. Damn it. You're an ass, the highest caliber. This is why, folks, we do not let bosses phase. Fight him for a lot of stuff from my spirit born, but I don't wanna. I don't want to fight him for that. Because my spirit born's gonna need a lot from him. I'm just gonna have to get into the pit and just see it. I can take 75s, but 75s don't give me an upgrade though. See, that's the thing. 75s are not gonna give me an upgrade. It's gonna take pits. It's honestly gonna take higher pits. But to solve the paragon issue, that's gonna have to be a lot of XP. I don't know, was that 85? Let's see, 75. Okay, 75. Hello. You stupid. hate this location. I don't like this one. Fucking piece of shit. Jesus, feel. Yeah, my audio quality. I'm gonna check. It's just the server input is off. Let's say it's weird. Like, the server input's not picking up. Because that's what I don't get. I think I can tell it's the server, because whatever was in that recent update, it's like, not that the... Now, these layouts are just pretty shit. Really? Now, these walls aren't as bad as the catacombs, I will say that. Catacombs have a tendency to absorb my blood wave, like it's something. It just vanishes into the nether void. I have to pull them up this part on some of these maps because if you have to pull them up, that's why I'm doing this, my own potential death. Yes. There's a peril. It doesn't work as well as you think it does. Like, it kind of works, but doesn't retarded. Because you don't realize how many mobs are in there. Just sitting there. You know? So it makes it really bad. But it looks like there's about 15. There's probably more. Like, just horde clearing there. It's just... It's little mini clumps are usually bigger than they look. I'm pulling them up so I know I killed them. Okay? That is a problem. This is why with this build it is sometimes... think of it as herding sheep. That's what this build is. Like, Blood Wave is better in the one. Better in that fashion. Now weird. See, I will complain about... I can easily bitch about the aspect game, right? The aspect game is pretty shit. Now, I got really lucky by getting a title and getting Ultimate Shadow maxed. But see, other aspects I'm still far, far behind on. But, like, you're a barbarian trying to get Bold Chieftain. That's going to be my next project. In all sorts. Yeah. Good luck on that one. I mean, attributes are a little... bad. What? Ah. Trying to corral them. As I said, this is... It works on some maps, it doesn't work here. That's the problem. This is the play experience kicking in. Because you don't see what you don't see is all the walls and the pillars, basically. You see like the terrain, the edges of it. That's what I'm needing. And it really makes some of these worse. See, what's funny, in pairs we do pretty well. Why are there vampires all through here? You fucking hell. Vampires. What? Ooh. That's all vampires. I see why they avoid vampires, because vampires are tankier than hell. Especially if you get like a vampire, like, get a vampire? Oh god, you might as well. Like a vampire is like fucking cancer. Fine. Oh. hates it. Fuck. This is a horrible map. Oh god, is that a Lilith? That was a fucking Lilith. And I have lost the lottery on this map. This map is not one. There's the lobbing fireball prick. Yep. I suspect these are closer. 20 levels higher. Because this is like what it would be like fighting 90s last season. But they are definitely not fun. See, I had to like put out a thing. I don't like putting out hit pieces on people. Not my favorite thing. Because no one wants to play the... I'm not the person you want to play the gotcha games with. Because, like... Well, see, that's decent experience, but not really. Oh, that is going to be ass in the experience section. Even though we're getting 35% bonus XP, right? God, that is still awful. You have to turn and burn those. Hold on. So what I am going to do... I'm going to go over to my barbarian. Yeah, operator. Either we need to burn pits, or we need to burn, the other ones. So... I don't know.
Infernal Horde.
Hordes are probably faster, yes.
Infernal Herd. We gotta herd the animals.
Sorry. Infernal Hordes are probably going to be a lot better. Okay, didn't we determine Hordes were better during Mother's Blessing last week? It's that, right? No, it's the quicker because, yeah, like even sixes are still 6 minutes. And no. You're talking the Infernal because Infernal Hordes did give us that, but like it's a glyph game too, kind of thing. Well, it's not the paragons we're needing, it's the paragon level. And how are you multi? The video's good if you just need to pull it up. So you're find your timestamp. and it's all 70, right? What did he? What he was saying? So was his the okay? So he was saying 1 point. How much was he saying? Bike burn 1.8. Yeah. Is that is that burning through low tier pits? I should be, yes. Yeah. Yes, you did start that. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Okay. Good. You found your timestamp, by the way. Yes, you could do it. Go with SB, but give me way ahead in advance. I could probably edit it out. In minor. Okay, good way of saying. So, do you want to try hordes, or do you want to try the? I need a paragon level, but so if that works, it works. Let me. Just let me spam up stuff on my phone. Indeed. Spam. Let me spam out my poop out all my fucking caches. I'm gonna be back my note. Repeat that? Sorry. Oh, I am. No, I am actually very good. I'm multitasking. Well, you're saying what's funny too about the mandate part, where it's like, okay, technically, like, it's in the point of that comes from the idea of politicians that win in a wave will sometimes say they have a mandate, or it used to be like a divine right of kings would say you have a mandate to rule. Now, that doesn't always mean, like, take like a red wave that was supposed to happen in the US about a year or two ago. So, like, the idea of a red wave was because that's the whole thing. It's the red wave, it was supposed to happen, just doesn't mean because it didn't happen. Sure, mandate to be in power is rubber stamping. So it's hard to misinterpret because usually language that it gives them the right to rule or the right to be in charge, which isn't always the case. But in terms of U.S. political right, just because Trump run a referendum style election doesn't mean Republicans are in the clear. Now, if hypothetically in our midterms, if the Democrats get seats taken away from them again. That is a mandate. That's going to be more. Because if the liberals in the United States do not find their quote unquote footing, then we are talking about that would be a mandate for Trump could easily turn around and say that. Because if he's saying he has a like Carney is saying his mandate to be what he does, doesn't mean he's successful entirely. Does that make sense, Multi? Because a mandate can also mean that, but it can also just flat out mean. I think a lot of people up there went with the status quo. So, like in the US, I mean, all the warning signs were there in our election for the Democrats to lose. Their own internal polling was saying it. But then again, this is what happens when you double down on the progressive train. Not the liberal train as much as the progressive value train. That's gonna backfire like a pain, like a big. Can't read. I need to ask. Well, the green. If by the way, if the green things. It depends on the nature of the lie. Like if they can somehow, I say, get away with it, sure. Like it's kind of like I just had to do something and not make fun of somebody as a low hanging fruit. Like they have a cause that they believe in. So the thing, like with the U.S. itself, right? We notice it with our election, and it's probably stranger. Is just because the liberal policy is okay. Liberal policy and progressive policy is different than saying someone has, as I said, they took the ability that people disliked Trump, but they were also able to exploit tribal politics. You gotta understand that. That's a bigger deal. But they also thought they were in a clear more than they were. So, because I've said this before, and where they basically, you can't say, even though conservatives are strong, and conservatives can win the culture war, you are still subservient to the majority. Conservatives are still a small section of the majority. There, let's say, like progressives deem themselves a majority or deemed it as their message was so important and so big they could do what they wanted. This is you have but you also have partisan stuff. Like that is a bigger deal. Like all he's trying to do is consolidate his base so he has less opposition. No, that's what I mean. He doesn't have opposition because the idea is if you get enough unity, you don't have to. Like in the. Okay, so let's say the American system, we only have three parties in reality. You have Republicans, Democrats, and the independents, basically libertarians. Very few. Majority have to run within. Basically, Republicans are like a big tent. So I find like that is the issue. So like and there's also that point if you're in a caucus, one of the caucuses, you are pressured into supporting or voting away. What happened to the Democrats especially is they kept embracing further liberal positions. So they were forced to take a stronger position. And by going further, that meant the progressive people thought they had a bigger rubber stamp than they did. So the idea of it's not the liberals, the progressives actually thought they were winning the culture war because, on a face value, they were winning the culture war as they thought it was. Because there's an article that showed language used. Like, how much have you heard in your terms, like the term neurodivergent? Like you hear it. What type of people do you hear it from? It's usually that. So it's more of the you think that they're at the more liberal persuasion. Like there's terminology like transgressions. Do you not hear? Like there's terms that this study was conducted amongst Facebook, Twitter, and like how often do you hear it? It is basically progressive language and that type stuff. I have the article up to just find it. It is used by like 5% of the population, maybe. And it's let me see. I'll have to find it. I, you go to nameless operator. Let me know when you get done. You can join. Oh. me find that language thing. I have it still. Some days. Sorry. No, I'll. Sorry, I clicked off the wrong video. I clicked the back button on something else, and I shouldn't have. No, as it sound. Okay. Now I'm putting the private chat if you ever want to bring it up, because accidentally I was looking for an article. I didn't realize I had this as my main. This is the one from an article. If you want to bring that up, this is from an article on before the election for our election, and you go over the terms used. Few Americans regularly use social justice terms as anti-racism and toxic masculinity. And there's an entire chart where they break down. This was a YouGov thing, by the way, where I regularly use, I don't know, but regularly, I know what it is, but don't regularly use it. I'm going to bring that up. It goes through all of these terms. Look into it after, and then there's a breakdown of Democrats and that, and then it goes in to the social media thing. So, sorry. You ready, operator? Operator? I can't invite you. I didn't see it. Dick. Stop trying to stalk the cookie jar. Arguably, I would say like you're one of the problems you're gonna face internally is liberal policies usually. I'm not saying they don't turn out like this always, but they have a tendency to always do this one way or another. They so there's the idea that in a section you can have that core of top down because if you look at okay, this is partly like take the time why like you have the Hitlers and the Mussolinis of the world. Nazis actually spawned out of the socialists. They spawned which is out of the left, okay? And when as I said they spawned because many people forget this because both fascist and socialist Marxists, or well, even Marxists thought they were a better liberal ideology. They thought they were the stronger ideology. So you're talking in the realm of take it for history repeats itself. So the idea of a top-down power like broker system, are you shocked that liberals would have a do that? Progressives are very different. Were you very close to the idea of liberals? Like, that's a big deal. Are they actually progressive, or they just believe in what progressive values should be? Sorry, I'm good. Are you doing 69s? Weren't we running like 75s like in a couple of minutes? 4 minutes? Operator, weren't we? The other day? Towards the end, yes. But I was also semi-distracted. But I'm not. We weren't till the 85s. I wasn't talking the 85s. Sorry. You know, um, you're good. You're good. What are 70? Are you talking about running it on 69s, not 70s? Try 70. I know. What the? Yeah, do what we just were doing. It's good. Yeah, okay. Sorry, yeah, no, no, okay, failing upwards, by the way, because I want to say first, you're noticing the DEI trends, like Sweet Baby Inc. that was plaguing, industry, like the gaming industry, their head, okay, so in Gamergate, like, I don't know if you know about Zoe Quinn's boyfriend had a gaming company, and it went on. So what's funny is his money, like, period, like, was being used up on social justice stuff or what was perceived afterwards. Like, it links back. Like, Sweet Baby Inc., unironically, is headquartered in in Canada. And when they were like doing South of Midnight, they were asked to do what does Cajun or influence, what does a Cajun, like, Black South, like, Creole country looks like? What would, like, a swamp look like? It doesn't look right. But then they had a lot of money chunked at them, and a lot of those projects that were DEI projects, like especially in games, weren't turning out well. If that makes sense. They were Canadians trying to design what looks like a swamp bayou environment in what they think black people look like, when Cajun people basically are very different speaking than even white people down there, right? They have, like, it's like a weird, it's okay, it sounds like really a mix of hillbilly and French. Like, you can imagine, it doesn't sound good. And it's, you could have easily done it. But Sweet Baby Inc. was headquartered in, it still is. A lot of these DEI groups, they're not headquartered in the US. They are headquartered in Canada. They're like these consulting groups that have been up there, and then you ask them, like, this, I know it's coincides with Gate. Yeah. Does that sound funny? Like how all of this interconnects? Mm, yeah. Wow. Are they largely like mining in natural gas? That's why. Like, you have oil and natural gas, which is different. What do you mean? Did you set up all your buttons to auto work on a multifunction mouse? Really? You don't have the one-click auto from the mouse? How dare you? Macro everywhere, buddy. Well, you're talking about the mass building. You're basically talking about... No, you're talking about doing the macro building. That's what you're going for. Sorry. I realized I had my chat. My OBS got reset. It's funny. I don't need attention. I get gaming. You know what's funny? I get gaming. I actually, Trent, dude, I get majority of my views on gaming. Picking on Tony is like picking on a 5-year-old who is basically has Down syndrome. That Tony is a loser, dude. Tony came to me and he tried to actually say I was crazy, but the man himself, I have videos and clips upon clips of him because I have been fighting him for 3 years. I've already put him in his place at least 4 times. So Trent, go eat one. No one wants Tony's attention, dude. I fully established in that video, no one cares if he games or talks about Renown. Majority of my views come from gaming. And I called him not a gamer. He wants to talk about gaming, right? Yet he doesn't game. Think about it. Please think about that. He doesn't care about it. He doesn't have a pull box. Literally, if I go through that chat that they were doing, he does not understand he is the problem. Literally, they can't quote a comic book that is not 20 or 30 years old. Right? TJ Laser literally can only quote Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby, Jack Kirby, Jack Kirby, Jack Kirby. Stan Lee, Stan Lee. No, that man hasn't been relevant, and DC has been trying to rehash Stan Lee's or Jack Kirby's work, the greats from the 80s and the 90s. But that model doesn't work. The Frank Miller model arguably doesn't work. Again, picking on Tony is an easy feat. I have an entire folders of clips where he looks like a retard. There's no clout to farm off of him. None. I've done it before. I'm sorry. The dude literally has no clout. He has no viewers. His natural viewer base is 11 people. Okay? 11. I fire up a Diablo stream, or I fire up a game I play, and I put myself at a right time. I get more views overall for a channel my size. How screwed up is that? And that man has a 10,000 sub channel. Jesus, my back end of my channel looks healthier. And in fact, I actually get more attention than most. You gotta think about it. Yeah, when it comes to Doom the Dark Ages, I'm about 2 days behind the meta on the, so to speak, of YouTube. Which, fine. You gotta understand, I could show my back-end analytics, and I challenge Tony's channel that mine are better than his. Again, you gotta think about that. I'm just tired of liars and grifters. Again, Tony, there's nothing to mine off of him. He's a loser. Again, it's not going to help him to come after me. I basically have clips of him being a fool out of himself for 3+ years. Hold on. What's the question? Sorry, I'm listening, but... It's the age-old question, does all monarchy... does the end goal, does all democracies flow back to monarchies? And it's the question, it's the age-old question. Because monarchism, right, in its traditional sense, monarchies are, I wouldn't say it because, like, conservatives in the end, there's the arguments that a conservative belief always goes back to a strong man. Now, does power always consolidate to one strong man? Right? Following that? But in the terms of democracy, do true democracy or true republics always fall back to a monarch? See, the problem with monarchism, it's a thing where, is it the end goal or is it just part? Because you gotta bear in mind, parts of the world always revert back to like a tyrant or one leader. That's like what happened with the Middle East. Middle East, you can't put a democracy there that does not go back to a central leadership. It doesn't work that way. But in the term of a democracy in the US, or let's say Canada that has that, are we prone to bring back strong men? Like a strongman kind of person. If that is the case, whether that's a king or a queen or a monarchy, like even the UK has monarchism, or parts of Europe still have it. But we have a tendency to put power in majority of the hands of the few. Because in the US, we won't ever have a monarchy because we do not. Part of it is we revolted against the king. Now, the UK has a ceremonial king or rulers. Europe still has it, but they have no power. We do put power in a select few, which can be disruptive. Now, does it come back to always a central leadership? Now, because there's an argument in terms of, I would put, because as I said, the idea of a monarchism is all democracies will devolve back into a monarchy. But in the case of the US, we devolve into the point where our broader government goes into a strong leader. Because part of Vance, which was the scare tactic against Vance, was he wasn't a neoconservative. He was a neo-reactionary. Neo-reactionaries have a tendency to be linked to monarchism or going back to what would be like a strong central group. Does that make sense? That was there was a person, because in the opposite of a right leaning regime slash whatever, it would say okay, and you see it as he looks at potentially Trump or the person he initially followed. I can't think of the name. I forget the guy's name off the top of my head, but it's the guy who was part of what they call neo-reactionism. He basically advocates for having a strong man. So he doesn't see an issue with someone like Trump doing dictatorial actions. Now, that's a very extremely small section of conservatives, but in the case of usually liberal governments, they go to a core elite with a bunch of sheep, where you may oppose it, but you have to go along with it. Now, after every so successful group, they purge that ideology, and then they just replace the quote-unquote dear leader. Like, you can see this in the Democrats for the longest time. Republicans' downfall, or conservatives, is they always do that and they always collapse. Because even though, look at the case of liberals now in the U.S. Pelosi is all but destroyed, but she is still considered the core of the party. So, so does your budget? Okay, sorry. Yes, sorry. Yeah, governments don't budget well. Mm. I'm sorry. No. The idea of having a budget, right? Because the U.S. largely has kept. We're not afloat. I've said this before. We vote on a continuing resolution every single time, where it's not as much as the printing money, which was key, as much as we can honor the stuff, but we don't really cut spending. Like, it's been a natural cycle where we just do not cut our budget versus we temper it out or we focus it. So it's like a steady increase in our spending. But under Biden, there was a bigger spike, like in the chart, right? Because it's in the chart. But largely what you're seeing is they call it a continuing resolution. That means you can honor your debts, but you can also increase the spending. Now, it's not the deadliest cycle. It's a deadly cycle until you play a dangerous game of chicken that leads to a government shutdown. Hmm. Mm. It's the Obama problem. Obama was more professor in chief than he was. So Obama was a break in tradition of presidents where he did not come from a political class, or he was very quickly promoted because there was the idea of he ruled as professor in chief more than a actual leader. Now, when it came to practicality, he had to draw on the experience of those around him. His ruling was very different. Does that make sense? Because, like, he came from a professor background where it was easier to do that. And the issue itself, right, is it turned out for him to fight the war on terror, he had to go become either the special forces person in chief with special forces operations out of the ass or drone people to death. He became one of the world's biggest drone um, users. Okay? Like, so much so, the liberal people thought he was committing genocide with drones. Like, but that was a practicality response to him learning how to adapt the war on terror. So, unfortunately, that's what a lot of people don't get about legacies. Because people who are usually liberal leaning, they will have experience, but they don't have experience massively overall. Practicing experience is different than the other. The idea is you turn and burn loot. What does that sound like? Biden's administration. Biden's administration. The joke with Biden's administration was actually it was just a continuation of Obama's administration because half the officials there that either he went to or used were advisors who were linked to Obama's or the people around them. So it was basically Obama's third term, which is true. So the only problem is if you try to level up your glyphs, it just goes down to like 4%. But if we're running this quick, I mean, it's probably easy, right? Because it goes down to like. It's like a 1% thing, right? After a while. I understand. Yeah, it does. At least I understand. I don't know. If I get Paragon, I'll be happier. At least both. And that took you, what, Kit, to do that? What pit did you have to get it in? Yeah. Well, that is retarded. 80. That's 89 with mastery. I think mastery not dying. Mastery would be completing it with time left. That's at least to do it. Oh god, yeah, no, 25%, yeah, like that's just, and that's what you, when you hit, guess what, it's about 10% above, and that's about the best we're doing, because you'd have to level that, you need to be doing 100 anyways. That's why we always be like 10 level hot, 10 levels, basically 10 levels higher than we would be. No, 89, right? Like, I mean, if the solution, if I can get to the last legendary node, that'd be good. No, I think the... You're good. Wow, you're a quick ejaculator, sir. Yeah, that's what I feared would happen. Even with gear, 99s, 100s. See, corruption doesn't care. The problem you run... Hmm. 25%. You did this backwards. You need the power, but the same way. I also know my mic's volume's ass at the moment. Thank you. I love when people, you're streaming and people go, you obviously know, I know my audio's ass because I have to reevaluate it again after the cumulative. Oh yeah, leveling the glyphs and just doing like what 115 that's worked for like 2 seasons in a row doesn't work. Because we need both paragons and we need glyphs this season. Yeah, I love it when like you can always tell a bot or a tune. Like seriously. Hold on a sec. I beat myself on this one end. No, I am muted on Discord. Name on Trent. Dude, your account's brand new. You want to sit here and talk about volume? Which, I'm going to be very honest. Dude, look, can I tell you something? 13, right? Your account was created yesterday. You are either brand new or that's an alt account. Do not come in here thinking that you're going to do that. Come in here on your main account. Trent. Come here on your main account. I'm just going to say that. And I'm going to bet I know who your main account is. The thing is, go suck Tony off or go suck off whoever. But again, he'll be in the same place within 5 years. He'll be somewhere in the same 5 years. But come in here with your main account. Don't come in here with the account you just created. Or tell me, and I mean, it's pretty simple. Don't come in here with a burner account, because you'll be lucky I won't hide you automatically. I will hide you, or I will ban you. You can take your choice. And then you will come back with your main account that looks like you've had a YouTube presence more than a day. You don't think I'm new to the game of dealing with stuff. Okay? Come back with your main account. Chances are, I won't ban the main account. I'm just not going to deal with a bunch of people with a lot of tunes. So, yeah. But I don't care. Tony's channel is dead. He just doesn't realize it. It's long dead. As I said, if he does not talk about Eric July or something, even people, his own audience, doesn't want to hear him talk about Renown. Ponder that one a fucking second. And again, Trent, would you like to come on VC and defend your god, Tony? Huh? I'll give you this opportunity. Will you? But I have hard money. You won't do it. I have hard money on that one. I might level up the alternatives. I don't know. But then again, on my other... it's like 8%-ish. So you gotta at least clear these 70s. Yeah, so... okay, what I was going to say, and forgot, like, the one... So, there are the... So, you remember how I said long ago, the politicians are funded by money? Like, you need to be rich to do it? So, like, what also showed signs of why liberals imploded in the US was largely because the big donors stopped donating. Because during Biden's run for the presidency, money was down being donated to him. Prior to, Trump's assassination attempt in June, you could see his donations, where the donations to Democrats were still high, right? But they were not, the foundation of it was not good. Like, and there was an article where when we found out who the leading donors of the Democrats were, they're like not foreign investors as much as it's like, what is that? I think it's like a black guy, he's the head of Vanity Fair or something like that. It's like very rich people who did put their money behind like him. And that's the thing in like a lot of these systems do not run on, I think arguably I would say, without a lot of funding. But then what's interesting is the funding will eventually dry up, so to speak. Because if the funds start drying up, I mean, advertising, at least by US election standards, take a lot of money. They're not cheap to buy airtime. They're not cheap. Now, your cycle is very different up there. Now, it also takes some of that money goes to pay for sponsorships, so to speak. Because what I was going to say is corruption does not care the political leaning. Corruption only cares where the standing goes. And this was the issue with a lot of the tech bros, as an example. A lot of them, like Google and Amazon. Because, one prime example. Zuckerberg, as soon as I think, Trump at one point, of course everyone knows Zuckerberg flipped, last time, back to Trump when Trump got into office, but he did it very quicker this time around. But as soon as it felt viable, Jack Dorsey, not particularly Jack Dorsey, but the head of Twitter, thought, after he got out of power, they immediately had no qualms getting rid of him. But what's funny, when the tides turned, with Google, Apple, all these corporations, they all came, prior to the election, came back to supporting Trump. Ponder. Call it, think of that. And you look at Google and you look at it. Now, what's funny is if you look at, Trump's policy, and he has one policy that does concern me. He is very much on board with advancing AI. Now, that is a thing of maybe that's the political payoff in the semiconductor and the AI development to pay back the tech bros. But they are largely, like Bezos, all of them, the ones who would normally back Democrats, backed Trump and backed conservatives. But there's always deals and payoffs. He needs maid healthcare. By the way, Trent, I'm waiting on your main account to show up, by the way. You got 3 seconds. You got 5 seconds to show up with your main account or I'm banning you in my chat. Do you understand? before I forget, do you understand? Show up with your main account, or at least tell me what your main account is. Log in with it, or I'm banning you. No offense. Sounds like a good deal, don't it? Again, I'm just gonna be honest with you. This isn't a place. I don't tolerate people coming in here on alt accounts. I don't like alt abuse. You have 3 minutes. You have until the end of this next run. And my finger's gonna slip and ban you. So the thing about you have to understand, right, is like, okay, so there was an accusation in but not by the U.S. So Trump, the way Trump was doing with the tariffs and threatening tariffs, right, all of that, with the election of your election coming up, your liberals spun it, um, very much in the case that, oh, your conservatives are going to be MAGA light. You're, and that was an issue where that backlash on your stuff, and it didn't show. Now I saw something recently. It looked like as well as the Canada, basically Canadian conservatives are being left out to dry. Think of it as like during the Obama years, right? 30th anniversary of the mullahs coming to power was coming to pass. The Green Party, which was the active opposition in Iran, was pleading with the US to actively for support. And then, basically, at the last minute, Obama decides to back the who was a long-running president of Iran, the one guy who was a former student, that he chose to back him and bury the Green Party, which would have led to revolution or turning over potentially of Iran. Now, in your case, with Canada, we didn't show support to the neighbors, but like your party did their best to say it because Trump maybe had that effect of either not backing your conservatives or they spun it that he was going to be MAGA light. But everyone knows. Let me see this. Yes, we are. You mean we're getting So it's not the bias as much as it's the perception. Because, okay, there was this idea, the Trump effect globally. Um, like you saw, like, in Argentina or South America, the guy they called like a mini Trump guy. He looked like Trump, or he started governing. You started seeing in Europe a lot of conservative. You started to see a lot of conservative parties winning in overturning the far left liberals. You started seeing that. So the way they tried to combat it, especially in the terms of the US, but it didn't work here. They tried it in Europe. It was successful in some places, but not successful in most. Was to say, oh, just because someone agrees with Trump, they're going to be like that. Which is fact. Now, they expand the social platforms usually at the cost. In stage liberalism is always a form of tyranny led by a top down government. That is always the end point. So, the end point for it is what you're seeing is like, I think it's when they said, like, initially, with like the trucker stuff. Like, I initially recognized where, like, in the US, you see Trump tries things, but the courts block him. So he can do all these executive orders he wants, but the courts can block him. And it's been both conservatives and liberals both blocking him. So the idea, right, is up there, what didn't help you guys after the trucker thing was the fact that your Emergency Power Act left a lot of them, the people, to be imprisoned. So basically, Trudeau's regime could tighten the stuff, could tighten it. But you also have, at the point, long enough, conservatives to fight terrorists will consign over rights. Because that was like one of the issues inherently with, as I say, the Patriot Act. It opened up, it said, oh, we can stop terrorist attacks, but it also came with government monitoring. But in the case of Canada, when you did the Emergency Powers Act, it allowed them to seize bank accounts. It allowed them to freeze people out. I don't know if you heard about Nigel Farage in the UK. That was the mirror of what was done. That is like, at worst comes to worst, a president in the US cannot dictate and call martial law. They can't go down into Congress and remove them with military or say, oh, you can't restore peace to a populous condition. Would you move it up to see if we run these quick enough? Move it up to like 70? Or you think? Operating. I'll just work on a lot of my small glyphs then. It's the no, let me say this, but so there was a danger when conservatives got knocked out of power. So theoretically, right, take an example of a generational shift. I forget which one it was, because it's like usually we have referendum elections around every single time. Like, for a party to be in power for like 12 years here is pretty big and pretty far. So, like, I forget which election it was. Like, after it's like the neocon, like, so you had 2010, you had '08, the election of Obama, you then had like 2012, 10 was the ability for the US to come back and at least come back with the Democrats, because the neocons, for the last 2 years of Bush's presidency, he was lame duck and conservatives were on the decline. But there was, when it comes to a generational election, so basically, if Trump was not elected the first time, you risk that slide like Canada had, where you have not just that, you also have a decline in what people look at, like in a democracy like what we have. Does that make sense? Because when a generation coming up is very formidably introduced, or a type of presence, because what happens is after a period of time, those governments start going top down. So, what we saw is not just when Obama got elected, as an example. I go to that. You started seeing a tonal shift in state departments. Trump, to this day, largely people who were trying to come after him were Obama appointees. And the DOJ was our lifetime appointments until they choose to retire. Now, with that understanding, you saw a cultural shift against conservatives where they solidified it, and that's when you start to see the weird, oh, conservatives don't like trans people, stuff like that. You started changing the actual, what looked like the changing and shifting culture. So conservatives had a harder time gaining a foothold. So you're. Eh, mm, no. Any spend Here's the thing. I'll tell you how bad it potentially is for you. There's a, what his name is. It's like a Peter. It's a British guy who does banking. He basically, it's a financial channel. He basically showed the effort. It showed like, so 10 or 15 years ago, you guys in Canada were earning more than the average American, right? But now you are literally earning. And I saw this from him, and he looked at why Canada is actually declining. Canada itself, as Patrick Boyle had a video on what was really going on with Canada, where you're earning on par 60 cents on every dollar that Canadian Americans earn now. That means your earning power is gone. See, that's a problem. I mean, how complicit is your, like, the problem it helps to see sort of brings up the point of usually liberalism or stuff it's like socialism moves removes the ability for upward momentum. Usually, like, let's say yes, you guys are trying to get kicked out of the J7, right? You are seen at, it's probably one of the like the top earnings because it, we used to call it like the G8. Now it's like the G7 because Russia's earning power, we kind of kicked them out. But like you have like the concept itself, right, is when I say earning power, like it was very cheap for companies to go to Canada to earn like about either a place. You could go to you could go and the cost of living. But then they started to raise your guys' cost of living up there. So the idea itself is okay. So earning potential goes down as a whole. You hurt your economy. You have a person coming in that's promising for green jobs. What's the first to go under green jobs? You're talking about how Alberta, which they're like largely coal, natural gas, or oil. That's going to largely go again. That was not a good location to fire off a blood wave. The issue is how close are you guys following the British track? Because Starmer is. I have to see if Sorter's talking about the same person I'm thinking of. That's Chris Starmer who's causing all the issues in the UK currently. He's the head of the one, and they've been trying to oust him. He was the one behind adolescence. Like, he said there's a toxic masculinity crisis and all that. There's a lot of stuff you see out of Starmer, which is the future of liberal policy, that you guys should. I don't know how you guys didn't catch it. Yeah, but Blair is not incredibly popular in England as well. It's kind of weird how the backlash against him started. But Blair also had the backlash against him too, because what's funny about it's like even Nigel Farage, who was debanked by liberals out of fear, still has like these. There's the argument even Sargon's made he's not the one you want. Like there's something about You need a momentum because let's assume that your greatest export is your natural resources, right? So you need an energy policy slash, okay, let's say it's like having a lumber industry, right? Lumber industry, you'll have to find a way and have that market created. That's part of the whole thing where, and a lot of this is like, it's weird that, like, okay, take Iran as an example. Like, Iran in the modern era used to have some of the world's cheapest gas because they could get it out of the ground and they could refine it there. They changed the policy. Then they started paying 50% or 60% more in gas. Or yeah, it's, you got to think about it. A lot of this is with the trade part. It's not that you need with trade. Trump's whole thing and is he is the consummate deal maker. He wants equivalent trade. That's the trick. Let's assume Canada still has rare earth minerals. Let's assume we still have to get steel from you, coal, various materials. You gotta make that at least worth it. And I don't know, like trade? What China cares about oil, gas, coal, certain minerals. They'll come to you for that. You gotta make yourself useful. Mm. It's not that. Think about it this way. It was what ruffled a lot of feathers with like Trump, especially with NATO. Um, you look at countries that contribute a lot to NATO or the UN. UN, as well as NATO, also has a requirements for the military budgets where, and they weren't meeting that. And there's parts of people in Europe, they go, well, if we need a military, we have to go to the US or a UK or someone who's invested in their company, their country's military. Like Germany, like, sort of would know more about this, right? Like, all these people, like Canada, like, you got damn good soldiers. I think, like, one of the top special forces sniper shots is currently held by a Canadian. Multiples of them. Now, it's not like you guys don't have the potential, but you're like an IDF or like a force of it, there's a whole thing. If you don't spend enough on defense, they take it and they put it towards social while not doing it. That's really their justification. It's not that they hate the military industrial complex. It's more or less they don't constantly spend to update their military or keep it running. But yes, keeping your military funded is a bitch, actually. So there's a concept of, okay, let's assume the conservative guy won, right? There is the argument of, you'll often hear me say this, and Sorter knows why I do this, why I speak how I do on it. Arguing with a progressive and arguing, it's a different than arguing with a conservative or a liberal person. It's one of those strange things where Trump Trump also has to Trump also has to basically at the same time has to negotiate. He had to live through and argue with Democrats who've been arguably had that same policy, net zero, which doesn't work. You can look at California and its energy grid issues. And it's therefore like he would probably have gotten along better with the other guy, with even though he would have been, he would he would have been that your conservative guy, and I'm sure you remember, he acts like what we would call a social conservative or a potential rhino, which has, but I could tell he meant well for your country, but he was a what we call a moderate Republican. And moderate Republicans, I mean, Trump himself, arguably, Trump himself, right, would he would rather argue with someone who's a principled in their party. So it's not like he hated the other guys. But what's funny is your media twisted a lot what was said. Now, I think Carney, he doesn't think can run the government because a lot of that stuff behind the scenes, that closed door talk, I bet he told Carney, you do not know what your policies are, and this hasn't worked in the US, and you do not have the economy or the willpower to keep it up. Hmm. The idea is closed door talks are different than public. Zelensky was one of the few. Hmm. Oh, it's very slow. I mean, that's weird. What do you think? Like, people who traditionally do it don't always like customs meetings. I mean, if it was like the UK or something, they drink more tea than they do coffee. Americans will largely drink coffee or something more. Oh, you're talking about the Saudi leader guy. There's been stuff out of there because the guy who's like the Saudi crown prince, like he refused the tea. Like, but that's no big faux pas to like them, because they have very different traditions, largely because if you actually look like, so Saudis, it's that's a very complicated relationship. But like if he refused tea from him, I mean Trump might not be a tea drinker. That's the other thing. Because do you drink herbal tea? No, it's a top of no. Different customs, different countries, unless you are forced to drink it. You have to. Sorry. No, I'm gonna say it's funny he mentions he might in that meeting. I would be funny. It'd be funny if Carney got called Gavin Newsom light, because the funny thing about Gavin Newsom is Gavin Newsom being, of course, being the governor of California is like being the president. It's like being the governor of Texas. You command a position. And the funny thing about Newsom, Newsom was eyed as a presidential candidate right till he went to, I would say, like a milquetoast center, tried to become a moderate centrist. But if you dig back far enough with like his policies, he was actively championing green policies. The He was behind like calling Mexicans and Hispanics Latinx. Like it was there's this clown car of like, he really did. Yes, because Gavin Newsom is a trip. He's supposed to be the future of the Democratic Party, but not really. I need 1 second. God damn it. Leveling is fucking slow. Oh, even the part of the house that the air collides and it's worse. I'm in part of the. Imagine having a month. Imagine have. It's kind of like if you ever look at Pelosi. Pelosi was the best investment banker or hedge fund manager as the head of Congress. And then it's like Carney. Carney, you need housing? Oh, I just happen to run a housing firm and I can give my company the contract. Hmm. I'm gonna try hordes. Need to actually get my barbarian through the west. She has access to the board. I'm not really too shocked by it because Trump has this tendency with foreign leaders. Like, he plays this a very big, like, old, like, it's an older generation strongman role. Like, with, but he lacks the nuance entirely to understand the full part of how, like, his diplomatic diplomacy is like a bull in a china closet, but when it comes to business, I like him more when it comes to business, because when it comes to him discussing the politics of trying to handle democracy or looking at the human suffering, etc., he will always come off super strong in what can you do for me, and consequences be damned. But it also comes off at the point you do not understand the nuances entirely. Does that make sense? Yes. I need to go down a tier. I need all those caches from the thing, so I'm not gonna do the story on tier 4. I'm not close enough in faith in this build for that purpose. I need to get the story done. So hmm. I might take it out to tier 3, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I discovered something when I was doing this build. I noticed a lot of stuff with this build, period, right? Is you can almost infinitely have a cooldown on the ancestors. That's what the build my friend's using. It's a build this season. It's called the summoner build. Like, you have it where you can have it flat, but it relies on shouts and other things. But that's not my goal. That might not be 100% my goal on this build. But I have to get through this quest, so I... Okay, really? See, again, when I say Tony's usually a weird fucking liberal, he doesn't get it. Makes more sense because I'm very attuned. I don't know what I want to do with this build. Right, tier 3. Right, tier 3. Mm. Showing access to the board. Whoa. This quest. Oh. Oh, that is going to be dumb. I'm going to have to do that quest 3 times. That's 3 times I got to do that quest. Boss in 13 minutes. No, a lot of what you're seeing is already the end stages of stuff that was already tried here in the US and other parts of the world. Because Sorter, right, even though he's Greek, kind of sees in the European perspective of stuff. Because how much does, if you look at something, does things get rubber stamped? Okay? Like, that's something you have to think about in turn. Because a lot of what you're seeing is it's easier for them to actually do. Because, like, in your country, it's a lot easier. You already have the quote unquote social conditioning, you already have the groundwork. US is still largely open, except in certain areas. The only casualties of, I'm going to say, the war on culture we have here, or the liberals won, it's New York and California. But New York has a better chance to pull back. Californians could pull back if they could embrace even minorly conservative. Like the last election in California, we thought California is largely lost. A central part of the state voted for Trump. Now, that's not always a good indicator because Colorado, enough Democrats moved to that state to turn it from a purple state into a permanent Democrat state. Now, largely what you're seeing is we have still enough of a pushback. Canada still has enough of traditional liberalism, but true conservatism is probably not all going to be like nationalistic tendencies will show up in Canada for you because Carney still is continuing what is quote the globalist side. But what you're seeing is the recursion of nationalistic stuff first. That also means by proxy, Canada first, whatever nation you're part of first. You need to make your nation independent enough that you don't need the global support. You can do a lot of stuff in your nation. This is something where you guys will have to find the balance. You're always going to have the deeply social conservative side of your country. At best, you'll get to milk toast rhino style conservatism. But you're still going to have to balance out the decades and decades where the social services and what the state does is built into your system and built into your generations. You cannot just pull that back. I have Doom the Dark Ages tomorrow starts for me. Hopefully it doesn't deal with every single bug and imaginable, because apparently for the game either runs very stellar with occasionally few crashes, or can be like moist critical in them and the game crashes repeatedly. So I'll find out. So that's tomorrow. Doom the Dark Ages starts on the 15th. So that'd be tomorrow. I know. Apparently, one of Tony's controls, Karen's, tried to say I was farming clout off of a frog. No, but no. All in all, oh, by the way, multi, put Alien Earth on your to watch list in the fall. August is when that's going to start. You're up time by August. Yes. Mm-hmm. How you, LG? You're all good. I'm trying to finish up the stream with multi and do my own. By the way, LG, what did you think of my video? My audio's fucked. Thank you. My audio is screwed right now. Apparently, whatever the reset is, it fucked it up. But a certain frog-shaped individual tried to fuck with me. Yes. What? So I'll address this. So apparently, I'm stalking Ray, even though I've been sub to her for 6 years. Because I was watching her. So apparently but I have been sub to her for like 6 years. Would you? I have an idea, but I don't want to say it. What did you try to do? Uh huh. Uh huh. Um, I would be. I would be lying if when you deal with that person, you have to understand the trust issue thing is very obvious, and you have to. But there's also the thing of there's more to that story about how that person is, and it's a majority, not a you issue as much as a them issue. Um, so here's the thing: not well. Usually that is a conversation like off the of nicely put. It's what you see is maybe not the reality of the situation, but it's the it's a way to put it. It's nothing you particularly do because you wouldn't be the first person I know that person's weird around. But no, the thing on Tony tried to come at me in reality stream and call me weird, and then he coped. I literally said, "Enjoy your dead Yakuza stream," which he had about 25 people max watching there. I look at the analytics of the back end of my channel. It's healthier than fucking his. Now, no. He actually tried bitching about he's a gamer. Like, I got called not a gamer, and then obviously the trans vampire decided to say there's no new games. He tried to go on the record and say, I said, where were you? Why didn't you play Expedition 33? Yeah, cock got in your mouth? Yeah. You're a gamer? You're a gamer, but you can't play whatever? No, so you want to talk about gaming culture. And what's funny, if love or hate reality, I don't even know. She's going to have so many names at this point. I can't even. Jesus, I just call her Saggy. That's the only way I keep track. Because as far as I've been watching her back when she was hanging around Nerdette's newsstand, or I discovered Ray when she was hanging around Mad Max the Mandalorian. Okay? Yeah, so. Oh, she's not an entirely a bad person. No. What is, I don't know. She's. Do you think, like, this is not the first time she's changed her name? Like, I mean, as I said in my video with that, I'm like, she's had like 3 or 4 different names. Like, she's nuked her channel more than once before. So, her take on Yellow Flash wasn't terrible shit. It was just, you don't understand. Like, I had to bring up, okay, I'm gonna bring this up around you two. You see this, yes or no, if I'm wrong. Disney, right? Okay, do you remember the whole Moses Ingram story when they tried to do the Star Wars is for everyone and Star Wars isn't, right? And Disney, like, almost, it looked like Disney manufactured the whole, like, they go, oh, she got death threats, right? She got racism. Do you believe that? I'm like, no, that's viral. That's like viral marketing, right? Like, that's. But she understands that. But that was an actual real story around the whole Moses Ingram thing. No one bought willingly because there was a memo that came out. They said you need to be prepared for potentially racist attacks. And then lo and behold, some racist messages show up in her DMs. And they can't show them, and they want to go, it's from the toxic fandom. And then what? Ewan McGregor, basically, who was Obi-Wan, fried his reputation over that. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, yes. Wow. Huh. Well, I could arguably that's a little funny. No. Oh, you gotta understand. It's kind of like the random person that was in my stream earlier on a burner account created yesterday. Yeah. let me let me correct you in that one and just see how far that flies with me. I believe it. What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think? Like, look, one thing I learned, uh, like these people, are you actually shocked, like, that Tony's audience is brain dead people? Like, when I said there's a cult, I can show if I redid the first version I did of that video. Like, I'm definitely I didn't realize my audio got nuked. Like after barely whatever Windows updates does to my audio, I have to recalibrate it. But really, are you sure you're not Jews? Kanye told me black people are the real Jews. Sorry. A German that has some really weird, fucked up opinions. I am so shocked. So that's a. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. I mean, but bear in mind, Germany has never lost its 100% anti-Semitism. So the funny part about that's a country that kind of goes back and forth amongst its I would arguably don't trust Google. No, don't get me wrong. They have some very beautiful countryside over there. Okay, I mean Germany has a heritage. Like no, by the way, they have a very ancient heritage. But like they have the Autobahn and they have everything else. But the Tekken Lord of Mercy, it's not like you travel over there. They have more outdoor areas over there. What do you? Huh. Okay. I mean, it's a rustic backwater place in a way. I did not understand that it was a be as bad. But, oh, freaking really. Oh, I'm gonna be. Let me introduce. One day, I'm going to introduce you to my friend Moon. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. It's funny because, ah, Lord, what do you think most of European traveling is? It's seeing ruins in old cities. What do you? No, no, no. By the way, though, Mhm. Depends, really. Like, what? It's like honest to God. Like, if you like nature trails and you like that, you'll probably like it over there. I have no idea. You assume like they are. I mean, Germany is not that goddamn backwater. You act like. Oh, Jesus. Okay, Germany. Okay, Germany suffers from the problem of it's like. Oh, man. Okay, all right. Now you got into that territory of straight. Either A, you don't know the culture. You got like, okay, they don't got the Swedish hot women, but that European hot look can vary. Okay, that European what uh, but, okay, you're funny, but like the idea, European hotness is not how would I how hmm, yeah. They they look at like I think it's like when you look at like places like there cuz like most Americans would not find Eastern European women attractive because they look okay, genetically they're really healthy and they make healthy children traditionally, but they are like what we would call butter faces. Okay? Uh, really? No, but no, but seriously, Tony's over here coping and doing stuff, and I'm pretty sure that all that I banned in my account was stray beans. I probably put fucking money on it. Oh yeah, no, yeah. No. The better yet is no better yet. I want to ask, why did he do the jelly roll going to the concert? And I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? And he said he's doing the worst. Okay, here's the funny thing. He's supposed to be a Photoshop person, yet he can't do Photoshop worth the fucking damned. I'm like, it's the worst fucking Photoshop. And no, he tried to pass it off as real. I'm like, no, no. I'm like, oh. Oh yeah. Hey, by the way, don't worry. Tony's supposed to get down to 190 pounds, where he said his body is supposed to be healthy. Oh no, he said he's losing weight. No, he said he's losing weight. Come on. Don't be cruel. look. You act like it's not to be mean to him. No, he just wants to go on this whole thing. You know, like on LG, we talk about video games, and we talk about what gaming journalists do. Tony's that definition of why I dislike gaming journalists. They're like, oh, we're just gonna do the thing. I'm like, okay. That's why I sit there. I'm like, you want to claim it. And like watching him play Yakuza makes me like, I can't even. There's a. There's like, yeah, like watching him play Yakuza was like, okay, I play what you call dad games to a degree, right? They're like games you can sit back, you can do things in, you can kind of autopilot, except like Claire Obscure wasn't like that 100%. But like you have to. I will be honest, on my second playthrough, when I do it, I'm going to be murdering everything in one hit for a long while. But yeah, it's worth another playthrough, so to speak. But like the like because you have TJ, right, who also does comics. He says, but he can't quote anything out of Stan Lee or Jack Kirby, who their works have either been milked to death or they can't reinvent it. So, and if I ask one of these clowns from Tony's audience, I ask, what comic have you read recently? What video game have you played recently? One of the diehard cultists. They can't tell me. I will bet you money they can't tell me. And it won't be a good game or a game released within the last 10 years. Let's be honest, 5 years. Would I be lying? Or like Tony's over here playing the remaster of Yakuza 0. Someone asked him if he was going to play Halo, and he actually on stream admitted this from that stream. He has never touched a Halo, I mean, not a Halo or a Doom game. It was a Doom game. Touched a Doom game in his entire life, going back to the early Dooms. I'm I'm sorry. You have never touched the Doom game before? Even the shitty Doom that was like Wolfenstein? What? Oh yeah, and it's okay. Potion's gone from Tony's community. And it breaks my heart. Uh, so he's one of supposedly Tony's longest friends who, before he moved out, he's supposed to be like a 40-year-old Mexican, but due to his drug use or whatever illness he has on top of smoking weed constantly, he looks like a 60-year-old man. Okay? No offense. Drugs can age the body really, really badly. Yeah. But you get what I mean. Like they can age the body really, really bad. And all in all, Potion was also that weird looking guy, like, and everyone's like, oh, he just happens to be leaving or something, and I'm like, so why is he leaving? And like it turns out, like Tony wants to go ahead and just like, why do not come at the person who keeps records? I still have on records unused clips from streams past. There's some that I wish I could find, and and it's more damning. And he Like, you don't screw with someone who keeps records. I'm not a minion of nobody. And TJ won't say that to my face. No, he won't. But oh, if TJ pisses me off enough, I'll drop his face to the fucking internet. Then someone over there was like, someone was, no, I know better. At least the other TJ. Okay, the core part of that audience. His audience breaks up every 6 months, 3 to 6 months. Okay, that breaks up every 3 to 6 months. Imagine that. I just wish a lot of the views I got translated into subs. But hey, I can't control that now, can I? Some of it's more harder to do. And there's your problem. It's like you either do, but I am, according to YouTube, I'm doing good by the algorithm. And a lot better than Tony's with a lot of better retention rate. And I swear, and someone's like, you really care? You want to clout farm off Tony? What is there to clout farm off of? A bunch of weird, deranged, nutbag cultists that I wouldn't have near anything? Oh, yeah, and by the way, fun record for both of you. If you have not, you're going to learn this now. Katie did, because of a clip she uploaded to her channel. She got a second strike for hateful conduct. Because it was, before it was a clip of when Malin and Dan was talking about Dan Fraga, and I think it was like a stream even Malin had pulled down. And apparently YouTube got wind of it on Katie's channel, and she got struck with hateful conduct for about a week. And this is an official strike, and she can't air or upload anything to her channel for a week. Mm-hmm. Now I do this. Yeah, it was when Dan Fraga was going out, had a falling out, and it was a thing with Malin. And apparently slurs and insults were said, and either the video got reported or YouTube. I think YouTube caught it. Okay, good chances YouTube is doing a lot of scanning of our stuff now. You know what I mean? Oh, I probably am. That's like the other. Now, YouTube is definitely doing a lot more scanning of our stuff than they used to. I mean, just. Well, no, it's like, remember what is. You gotta remember what is good now is not good maybe in 2 years. Like, yeah, and I feel bad her channel got struck, but she's well, to be fair. No, and all the Tony's Copium audience, and I haven't touched that one stream because I tried listening to it with what Tony was saying, and he's like, oh, did you know Ripitards? It was probably Ripitards that probably did it. I'm like, really? Really? I'm over here streaming Claire Obscure or Expedition 33. I don't got time to do this. Hmm. Um, Oh, my favorite, by the way, was when she tried to go through one of the normal, like, okay, imagine going to just a normal comic podcast, the guy who does Fund My Comic site or whatever, like one of those people adjacent, and then being known as a clipper who drags other people into questions. And she goes, "Yeah, we know who Katie is. Katie, by proxy or whatever, just clips stuff." And they're like, they at one point have to say, "Yeah, we're here for the artist in the community, not for the drama." And they did this knowingly, said this right as she because as we know, comics and artists are catty enough as is. Okay? They're catty enough. You're gonna tell me that. And she was recognized. She goes, "Yeah, I'm not gonna comment on that because I don't want to be dragged in to other people's drama. But there's clip channels that people have, and it all links back to EVS doing the drama farming. It's like, ooh, that's a little." And now that's why she's been on the whole kick of trying to rehab her channel into being a promoter channel. Yeah, I have. What do you mean? I'm sorry. Apparently, and I would love to make the joke of. Oh God, there was a joke I was gonna make, but I can't say because I'm streaming. LG, you know what it was. Say it was a joke. It was far worse. I'm sorry, dear. Oh yeah, I know you. I had to redo. I think when I recorded it through OBS, I think either OBS got turned down or something different. So I'm not sure if like what it is on that end. Hmm. No, I think I'm gonna catch the tail end of Doom's like popularity, but that's not why. The only reason I mean I wanted I'm not paying what is it? They wanted like $100 for like the deluxe edition of that game to stream it like 3 days early, man. And apparently it's a bug fest. It's either you're gonna do fine with it or you're going to literally crash or have audio issues half the time. That's not a good sign. That's kind of that is like it kind of is very reminiscent of the bugged launch parts of Doom Eternal had. Doom Eternal, I think it was Doom. Yeah, Doom Eternal had a little bit of that. Then they hot fixed it out. But other than that, I've been streaming good and just have to deal with to finish the other thing with commentary. I mean, I was just Marvel Rivals and sucking in. You actually finally found a good single player game. Um, no, I mean, what's funny is a lot of us. It's like TJ called me a minion of renown, and I'm just like, okay, dude. I wish half these people would say this to my face, but they won't. I'm like, okay, yeah, you won't. And it's funny how, by the way, Chris Bacon has dropped off the planet from that community after the various shit happened with me, then after he pissed off War Campaign. War Campaign, I think, doxed the shit out of him. Like, bro, half these people are clowns. Like, and you know the whole thing, like, as I sent you LG with that, Ivan guy? Like, they don't understand. He's not a drama person. He looked at the thing from Yaira from an artist's perspective and a writer's perspective. And it's not going to be for everybody, right? I mean, Google marketing, right? If you can pay the Google AdSense or something, like, it, why not? Like, I mean, I know it's cheesy as hell, and I use ad blocker all the time, but I still get ads every so often. But you still have the ability to do it, like, so. And what's the lie we still hear from Malin? And it's from Malin or Shane Davis. Like, Shane Davis has gone crazy before the whole Fraga search scenario. But like he's was like Eric crowdfunded, Eric crowdfunded. No, he funded it himself. No, it was Daddy EBS. I mean Daddy Glenn Beck. Do you know where the Daddy Glenn Beck shit came from? Dane. Dane. I mean, he's a correspondent. Well, he's like a correspondent. It's like a person who works at Fox News. You're paid for by your opinions, right? Like, I don't. Okay, I'll be the first to admit, all of Rippaverse stuff is not for me. Like, but there's a lot of comics people like. They're not for me. Like, what's funny about I would love to see is it's as I said, how incorrect was I when I said everything Ethan does, Tony will do? Everything. Spot on? And I'm not the first person. I'm the one who kind of told you guys that. Everything. Like when Tony started doing the minstrels, when EVS did it. Oh, I would love to see his reaction when I said, when if he ever watches that. And he said he started dropping the N-word bombs the moment Ethan started doing it. I don't deal, and anyone who knows, you've seen my stuff. I don't deal in drama. No. I show my back end. My back end comes from video games. And the only reason I can't do the other commentary stuff that I want to do right now is because the partner I want to do it with is sick really, really, really badly. The project for like the Star Wars Legacy thing, he got super, super sick. Like he's up in Canada. Like he hurt so bad he had to go to the ER. He couldn't even get into the ER. He would have like died in the thing. Like he's they had to schedule an appointment at his thing the next day. And he's the guy I want to do the Star Wars stuff with. It's Mandalore, right? He's but I can't do anything but like that's on hold, you know? It's like again, apparently according to certain people, like I don't know what they expect in our content. And it's as I pointed out, do you know how damning it is when I point it out? I point out in like my video, and if anyone sees it, despite the audio being shit, look at his channel. When he only gets views when he talks about Eric July. clips on your channel, you mean? You're trying to get your reaction clips into OBS? Isn't that a soundboard? Do you have soundboard connected to audio? Alright. I am back. I gotta do leveling. No, you know LG, they entirely fucked over the leveling in this game. It really sucks. Even with Mother's blessing, I'm barely. Look, okay, do you know when a game literally has that 3-layer problem when you need basically you need gear, but at the same time you need the paragons for power? You can't get that, and it's just not very good. No, it's just gonna be funny. I haven't checked the views on what that view got, but I think but I know when I uploaded that video it was gonna get caught by a couple of people, and I hope it got caught by the certain individuals that I wanted to get caught by. So it was intentionally targeted. Just be thankful that I don't go vindictively clip people. You know what's funny? My clips are more poignant and better than Katie's. I clip better than Katie. Yeah, LG knows this. But the funniest thing is, I clip and I still keep context. She clips out entire segments and loses context. Weird, huh? I know, other than that, I've been chilling. No, Devil May Cry 5 is fine. It's the weirder one in the series. Because it's the later one. Nah, you have to have your single player games you fall back on. So no, you need to no LG, or just wait till you discover. Hmm. Yeah, hold on. Hey, Brett, do you you know what's funny? You're playing Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is not a real game, by the way. That's what you call a movie game, buddy. I have a business that generates more than your e-daddy's business, okay? Can you imagine it's not about needing a job, bud? Versus I have a job that actually where I work from home and being on the internet is part. YouTube is a hobby at the end of the day for me. It's not long term. I don't do this for success. And would you like to come into a StreamYards and like show off your work in your long box that you don't own? So you played Indiana Jones as well. That's not really accomplishment, buddy. That's a movie game. Right? Because, you look silly yourself, right? You still look silly, because Indiana Jones is a cool game, but it's not really a game. Have fun! And what? Rebel Exodus? Oh, Rook Exodus? Never heard of it. It's not mainstream comics, is it? Buddy, that's not mainstream comics. That sounds like some indie retro shit that wouldn't even make it past Diamond Distribution. Or some sort of local. Right? Imagine that. The reason I play this game is A, I like it. B, it's just seasonal. I mean, I'll probably dedicate like a month or so to it and not play it for that. But Brett, would you like to come into a StreamYards and show your long boxes that you don't possess? Ooh. Again. Now, and I bet if I look those up, those are CG books. Right? They're either CG books or some sort of indie trash. They're not mainstream comic book industry. They're not part of either Marvel, DC, and or Vertigo. Or IDW. And if they are, there by sheer proxy. That's what I mean. None of you guys read comics. Comicsgate are not comics. What I mean is by comics from the big two. Don't get that twisted, buddy. Don't get that twisted. That is just the way things work. And Indiana Jones, that's not a game I pulled up to props. That is a successful game, but that game has issues. That's not worth its price tag. As I stated before, even as a person who streams games or wanted Doom the Dark Ages, you're not going to catch me buying the collector's edition. And again, if this on a burner account, another one's going to go bite the dodo. How much do you want to bet this is a burner account? If this is a burner account, I'm banning you again. Burner account. Banned. Burner account. Don't talk shit from a burner account. Do you understand? It's the best advice I'm going to give you. I do not talk to people from burner accounts. You can't show your name, your face. I don't want you here. You can speak. But I know you're going to be a burner account. Come on. At least make an account that sounds genuine. Again, I'm going to give you a challenge. Come back on your come back on your main account that's been on YouTube for longer than 5 years. Okay? Come back to an account that is longer than 5 years. You hang around Tony, so you probably have an account that goes back to 08. Go ahead. Your oldest account, not a burner account, come back on it. I said come back on your main account, not a burner account. Again, try again. I am a veteran of many personal wars and gathering information. I'll be able to sniff out a burner account from a mile away. If not even half a mile away. Yeah. And stop reading indie trash comics. Just for the record. It looks like these are... I wonder if these caches are refilling. Like, for every single... Hold on. So these caches are supposed to only be every 12 hours, once a day. But somehow this is still counting? So they definitely borked this stuff. Poor soul who dies. So it's bugged. Weird. I'm not after gear. I need paragon. And a shit ton of it. That's not a good XP grind. Hmm. Again, so I don't deal with. You do not want me in a drama community because I come from the old school commentary wars, right? Yeah, no, I'm gonna call you out, call your channel out, clip the living fuck out of your channel, and have the backup essay documentary. Just to fucking, like, have it. Then I'm gonna have an entire folder or two dedicated to clips. Just for you. That I can pull out with ease and clip the fucking shit out of it for future posterity. And even though you think it's gone from the internet, you can delete it, but I'll get a hold of it. That's why I said Tony is small fry. Tony's an insecure manlet child like most of his people who watch him. Unfortunately, and they have nothing better to do than fucking crash other people's streams. But unfortunately, due to this season, by the way, I don't like it. So apparently, High Pit XP has been utterly murdered into the dirt, by the way, from a parent. It looks like it's going to be the only thing I haven't tried is torts. Alright. You know what? I'm going to come over here and see. Let's abuse the elixirs and everything else. Jesus, that is so annoyingly stupid. Again, if you can't have a conversation through your main account, I'm not going to talk to you. And even then, if you come at me through an alt account, I'm going to know it's an alt account because you don't think I can check the age of an account or what a burner account looks like. Because that is the big difference of people from my era than many others. Because you think... Here's the thing. You can never tell my alt account. Right? Most people will never be able to tell what my alt accounts are. Because they are buried so deep, they look like an authentic account. And they will be played that way. They're not created the same day another one gets banned. I mean, I literally do beyond the incognito thing before. Good God, somebody has fucking horrendous lag over here. And let me look up. Brook Exodus is... How much do I want to bet? It's some indie comic garbage. Comics Gate. Oh no, it's Image Comic shit. What did I say? It's indie comics garbage. What did I say it was? It was some sort of shit comic book that isn't relevant. See, now I remember why I've heard of this, because Blurred Without Fear has talked about it. At one point. It's a shit comic book. Comics Gate adjacent, isn't it? Exactly as I said. Okay, what did you say the other one was? What was the other one? What was the other one? Okay, what did you say it was? And look, what did you say, local man? Indie trash Image Comics. Because Image Comics are garbage. Just for the record. Exactly. Let me just, for the record, show this. Not even Blurred, who, for the love of God, by the way. Here you go. Here we go. Right there. Let me go find this other one he says he's read. So, this is another shit indie comic. Clearly, right? I guess it's from Ghost Machine. Rook Exodus is a spinoff of Ghost Machine. Hey, Brett. How does it feel like you look like a fool? You don't think I know what these are. We call that comic trash, okay? They're not good enough to be in the big two. They can't even crack Vertigo, alright? You can't even crack Vertigo, for the matter. Oh, and you're playing Indiana Jones? Let me check on Steam how many people are playing that game. Not many. I can even tell you that without looking it up. Weirdly enough. Right? I can tell you right now. I'm playing right now. What the fuck did I say? I think I said in my video, like, one of the people were talking about playing Indiana Jones. Why do people think that's a go-to game they play? Like, that's some sort of game that's overrated. And I'm not the only one who has that opinion. It's overrated trash. For the record. You gotta, like, think about it. You're fucking with someone who knows comics and knows things. Comics and entertainment are my bread and butter. Hobby spaces. I run a business that I get more money than most of your e-daddies combined. Then I have other ventures. I live in a nicer house than you as you rent. Excuse me. I got magic decks that are worth more than your entire fucking comic collection 10 times over. I got Warhammer armies that are worth more than your entire hobby, your entire life. Oh yeah, you're gonna shit on me and tell me I don't know my shit. Dude, my guy. You don't think? Oh no. Brett has no comeback to when I call out his comics are trash. Yeah, apparently. What does it make the point? Those are the actual comics, right? Like, those comics are what you call bargain bin. They're so successful, no one's ever heard of them. I bet if I call my LCS, he's never even heard of them. Mm. Really? Tier 1 Andy? Tier 1 Andy. At the time, that shit was scary. Tier 1 Anduriel. Yeah. You're playing Indiana Jones. I don't clearly play movie games. Yeah. Again. We call that garbage because what did I say it was without looking that comic up? I said it was either going to be Image or Vertigo. It's not going to be of the big two. And it doesn't even get mentioned by people who do spotlights. Congratulations. You're a clown. I can almost do Andy on tier 4, but Andy on tier 4 is the shit of nightmares. Andy on tier 4 is like, honestly, look, fighting, I'd rather fight fucking Belial. That's just me, of course. Again, I'm proven right, aren't I? Now, why don't you make another account, or come back on your main account that is not an account that was made yesterday? Or made and at least have it have relevancy, and I will be. If it's just another nameless alt, it gets yeeted. That has always been my policy. First rule in engaging people is always if they're going to be dishonest. Fuck, this shit doesn't even make a dent. This shit's not making a dent. Sleep. Took a break. That's actually why I took a break. You know, yeah, the amount of shit I have on this character, and I am the paragon I am now. So I gotta talk to my friend, basically. It's like, it's okay. The first rule of trying to go for an own on a person like me would be to have good proof. You know what's funny? I look up where this comic is available. It's at no serious comic book stores. Good job, by the way. So you named two irrelevant comics which serve nothing. By the way, you know what's funny? I don't brag about this, but I find stuff in this game that I wouldn't lie if I said I sold items for IRL money ever. Because, I mean, gaming is a job that will pay for itself. If you're a good enough farmer and you farm out like a top 1% item, you make real money. And it happens quite frequently sometimes with me. I'll get a couple of items and then someone pays easily $10, $15 for it. I do it in Fallout 76, I'll do it here. Weird, isn't it? Yeah, it shows how little people know. I mean, people pay for items if you just gotta have the time and the place for them. Yeah. The guy don't come back. Be honest, there's no difference between a Vertigo comic and something different. I actually have a job, and I mean, as I said, contrary to popular belief, right? Jesus Christ, I look like all these people, right? It's like it's an Image comic, boys. It's an Image comic. Well, no shit, motherfucker. Just because it's published under Image doesn't make it a good comic book, now does it? Ponder that one a second. I mean, you gotta bear in mind. Because something is published under Image doesn't mean it's a thing. Oh yes, another burner account. Oh yeah, I'll give you about 5 seconds before it gets banned. It's published under... It's still slop. It's $5 slop. Yes, that's because I'm absolutely bored. And I'm owning you for content because I am bored. I'm not really ranting, dude. It's funny. You're just trying to justify your argument. I'm trying to entertain myself because... see, my plan is not working. Yeah, I gotta burn off those cinders. I'm already there. No, my plans. I have a plan for something and it's just not fucking working. It's being annoying. I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. The XP nerf. There's an XP nerf. Dude, I want you to justify that comic is not dog shit. Or dog water. Just do it. Why is that comic not published under the big two? I'm just gonna ask. Or even Vertigo, for that matter. How can that book not even crack Vertigo? Vertigo still does that. I mean, Image is itself. I want you to think about this, and think about this argument logically. Maybe you'll win it this time. I mean, I have multiple LCSs I deal with. I bet if I called them up and I asked them about these books, they would have no buyers for them. Okay? Again, it's insane. It's probably because it's levels of CG crap writing. Alright? Well, there's a Helltide Assassin. So why does So the Helltide Assassin is just fucking off way over there. Okay, that's cute and adorable. Because if you want to look at a comic book, right? Now I know why you want to defend it so badly. Because it's basically CG level of shit writing. Because you don't know any better. Because you think it's a good comic book. Right? And I live in an area with a bunch of LCSs. Right? Ponder that one. Why would they not even have that book? And they deal with indie stuff. No. Just justify it. It's CG level of shit writing. Okay? That's what it is. I mean, it's CG level of shit writing. I can just tell by the cover. Okay? That's one of those things. You can just tell by the cover. I read some of the test pages, too. It looks like dog shit. I'm just saying that. Right? Defend why that comic is good. Change my mind. What is the story about? Change my mind. Win me over, and I will buy and sub to that book, and I will add it to my pull box. I will call it, and I will make a pull box. I will make a pull box at that store. Win me over on both those books. Sell me on it. And show me the pages. I'll make a pull box at that store, and I'll go and get it. Tell me the selling features of that story. Show me proof. It's actually not a stupid comic book. Not a dumb one. Oh, I have basic tastes. Really? Look, dude. Look. Is this not how you win me over? What do you mean? What? Okay. What do you think I read? Out of curiosity? Out of curiosity, what comic books do you think I read? Yes? Big 2, big 3, right? I'm basically that. I read a lot of different types of books. The manga I read is all over the place too, buddy. I read stuff that likely people wouldn't like or have never heard of before. You have to show me a story and, hey, you'll be astonished. Some comic books and everything is ruined by bad cover art. You gotta understand this. There's certain covers, there's certain comics and manga and anime. Like, if you just have a shitty-ass cover, would never read it. You wouldn't give it a look. You gotta give it a chapter, even. I mean, hell. You know? You gotta think about it. It's not having weird taste. A lot of this is just... See it? Because my read list is rather big, in fact. I mean, tell me the premise. I mean, one looks more interesting, but the other one looks basic bitch. I mean, Local Man looks like the story of your life. Doesn't look inspiring to me. Looks very bland. But you need a hook. You need a premise to keep people. You don't have it. Why? Think about it. You're the product of your previous works. Coming up, as I said. And there we go. You out yourself as stray beans. Hey, stray beans. You didn't think I knew that was you. I deal in more than eBay, though. You can try again. I mean, that's why I got Final Fantasy, man. You know how many people are going to be simping over Final Fantasy? I deal on more than... Because if eBay cuts into too much of my profits, I don't sell there. You know that, right? Seller's fees on eBay don't work. Not in my form. Hey, but would you like to come into a StreamYard? I bet you won't show up, by the way. Click that link. I'll make a link. Click it. You won't show up. Again, I have more hobbies. Because it tells little how much you know about a business. Honestly. Hell. You'd be surprised. That's another 150. Yeah. Like, think about it. Yeah, I pulled an item in here, and I think I sold it in the season already. I consider selling it. It's like a I maybe gave it to somebody. It was like an 80% roll. Aspect, basically. Hey, hey, buddy. I just got off the phone with my local comic book shop. One of them, and he's never heard of those books. So, hey, dipshit. So, my point wins again. You know what's funny about that? They don't have it. I have been farming. I don't got any basics. I don't have any basics. I am way past keeping basic gear. I am only keeping GAs. There's like one or two. Open that last chest. I think it's mildly better on experience, but I do believe hordes are going to be the winners. Pits might be pits might be, but it's not going to be the time efficient. What's better is, the store owner probably laughed at it. Like, it was me, he didn't really laugh. He probably would laugh at the concept if someone mentions that. I mean, that's the thing, right? Store owners have to, like, buy, like, the books. I mean, if they don't sell, they don't sell, right? Because here's the thing, I don't usually talk about the comics I'm reading at the time. It's usually a mixed bag all over the place. I mean, I love, like, most, like, I think I have most of the main. First everyone takes GAs. Everyone takes GAs. You should be thankful. The problem is, I've been giving away too many items this season. I really, really have. I've been giving away far too many items this season. Because I'm a charitable human being. Honestly, I probably could sell items more than effective, but it's nothing I am looking for right now. Damn you. Can you just let me get to that chest? Good. That's not really great. Someone gets killed by a skittering A-bomb because they're not shouldn't be up here. And keep teleport. Good. See, I wonder. Watch him delete his account again. Like, see, very rare do I get to kill a person with like 3 ults apparently, because I'm just like, look, this is dedication. I'm not saying like, because I'm at this point right now in the season where I need like, because actually what I need is, by the way, shields aren't very common. Oh, that's a good amulet. By the way, Freeman, I'm waiting on the. I'm waiting on you to join the stream yards. By the way, why don't you show? Mm. And watch. I was right again. He wouldn't show. Now I won't give away those. I mean, those are too good. There's like certain shit, right? I keep a couple of things. Like I have a build I want to test later this season. Like I have something I want to test and I need items. Like I keep trying to I want to do like an Idra, but when I get to it, I'll do it. Like I'll get a good pair of Indras and that will be the thing. Quite honestly, that's what will happen. Now see, I have a lot of other things I do for people. And some stuff I do for free, and then other things I just deal with it. Mm. Searching for gloves. Technically, I should go for here, but yeah. Boots are a little bit easier. Boots are good. I find it harder. Shit, all of it. Yeah. I understand. I'm willing to sell them. I'm not dealing with an American. I'm not apparently dealing with an American. Sometimes they sell, sometimes these people know what they're doing. I mean, technically, I've been getting a lot of coursers this season. Actually, I've been getting a lot of Idras this season as well. But like my 3 stars, like technically I've gotten some 3 GAs, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with those. If someone needs them later on, but I mean not to 10 billion items, so those are like a 10 billion gold item. That man. Don't put all day. I gave away some Idras to somebody the other day. See, I gave away some Idras. It's nice to see them getting some love finally. I mean, Idras. That's the thing. It's nice that they're getting love. I mean, honestly, they have been needing it. They're actually a really good one for builds. Coursers in any other season would probably, you understand, coursers in any other season would be, see, always they bicker over price. They don't understand what shit runs. Oh, they knew. They knew what stuff ran. I probably criminally undersell. Really? Someone is selling 3GA 307s for 2.5? Really? Interesting. Yeah, mill. Idras usually aren't much. I haven't had the overvalue of them. Idras are valuable, but not exactly. I'm not attached to them. No, there will be a day. There's gonna be a day that those things are valuable. Idras. I want to see by GA. Is there any GA? There's 100 on overpower. There's that. Hmm. Oh, 4GA for like fucking retarded. This 2 is going for 1.3. There's a 2GA, but no one knows the price. Max GA. What that GA? Life. There's one going for 4 bill. It's gonna be an item if I ever want it. Like, if I ever wanted it, I'd probably go buy one. They're that cheap. Incredibly cheap, by the way. There's not really a market on it. Well, but if I get over a bill, I'd be happy. But I don't know how much a bill lasts me. Coursers are not the main thing this season. I mean, to be honest, both are fine. Like, they're not. They're good items, but they're not great. I mean, it's pretty good on both. Thanks. I don't look for a payday on them. They're not valuable enough for me to milk the. I would say milk the one. Like, the issue itself, right, is like, is an item a top 1% item? I don't know why I don't sell my 3 GAs, but I don't think there's a market for it. I would have to ask and see what a 3 GA is actually worth. If a 3 GA is actually worth money, the thing is, a 3 GA. Ew. Hold on. Ah. Hold on. Ew. Ah, that's account bound. It came out of a cache. Oh my god, I am stupidly bad. Okay, sorry. I'm not an asshole. Ew. Hold on. Mm. Just make it so as I use it, but make it the other. Good on both. How come the other ones aren't? Are they a compound too? Oh, they're both a compound. Oh, that's because they came out of chests. Okay, I feel like an idiot. Oh god. Oh god. I am bad. They're both account bound. Hold on. One sec. Ah. Both fucking account. You know where I got them? It's because I got them out of the chest when they were account bound. I hate that. Hold on, they're both account bound. Sure. Oh, let's be fair. We'll do this. Eh. We got 500 the courses. God, what the fuck damn. I bad. I am not. I can always farm up another one. Like that. Oh, Tom, sure. I can farm up Idra's any day. I can farm up Idra's any day. I get Idra's. The thing is, those come out of the caches. The caches give good, but I need to farm that up. That's gonna be on the bosses. The Indiras. That's what I said. Those caches are good, but I can farm up those. So let me see. Are those? Those are not. Like those are account bound. It's unique online. Unique online. Those are account bound. Yeah, they come out of the that's the thing. If they come out of those caches, see, that's the thing with the Belial caches. Belial caches give out a lot. But they are bound. Like, those aren't bound. Like, those are not bound, but they are good, though. That's embarrassing. Normally, I am not that bad. I have to go farm them up. No, I need to go farm. Well, see, that's the problem. I need to farm, boss. I need to go do that. My luck, I'd probably get something as more money. That 3GA is probably like a bill gold-ish. Great ease. It goes beyond a bill. Those things would be... Gave me a bill for it. Shit, I can't complain. It's probably duped gold in the first place. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Like, those Idras, like, I know I can farm them. I'm not too concerned. But I have seen more people asking for Enderas this season. It used to be last season I couldn't get any. Believe it or not. I could probably farm one up, I never know. I need about 10 more levels. And for the record, usually when you find a top premium item, that's why I said they're usually money. Because just to give you an idea, the only people with 99 billion gold, right, are literally dupers. That's the thing. A lot of those, the only people who have like billions of gold are either dupers or adjacent, or they've sold. If I farm them up, I can farm them. See, I need to get down to that legendary node. That's what's been killing me, and I don't want to redo my board to get down to it. Because I need to get down to that legendary node. But right now, XP gain's so damn nerfed, it's retarded. Like, if, and I say if, this is good for leveling paragons, like, if, but it's not good on the terms of, like, this is more painful than it was last year. Or last season, I should say. Like, trying to farm up, like, gear is definitely harder. But at the same time, getting up paragons. Like, I could respect my paragon board, but I don't know if I want to. Because, like, if I respect my paragon board to go pull stuff off the last board, like, maybe the last few nodes, that's why I'm not sure. Like, if I actually do that, I can get down to the legendary node. That's my problem. I gotta get down to the legendary node. See, once I get down to the legendary node in that board, I'll be a lot better. See, I do love when Gay Beans decides to do things. Like, that's the thing about Gay Beans, right? Gay Beans, by all means, is usually... Hmm. See, he got to about 85. This is a dead end. I think I'm going to go off to hordes for a good chunk. I have a feeling I can... I don't like backtracking. I need that legendary node, though. That means I gotta pull, like, 5 off that board. I might be able to pull off the board to the top. If I pull off that board to the top, I'll be good. Maybe... So the board to the bottom, so technically I have to look at that last board. A little bit of the missing damage. As long as I am at 1,000 armor, I am good. A lot better. So 15k. So I'm just curious on how much you get from these. Like, the thing is, it's like, we are definitely not leveling like we were. That is the issue. And honestly, the only way anyone is clearing high levels is through bugs or other things. It's like, imagine being geared, but you can't run high levels. This is 7 minutes, right? So I know... What is that, 7? Yeah, it's not good. You know the best part? You know, see, I play Magic, and I usually have to go to comic book shops. I'll tell them the story of how the person is shit stimping for a comic book that was dead and bad. And they'll agree with me. That's the trick. Or they'll never have heard of that book. See, you gotta sell me on that stuff. Right? Think about it. I'm just debating on whether or not I want to, like... Oh god. The fuck is that mess? How the fuck did you get yourself over here? Oh no. That was a Lilith, you bastard. That was a Lilith power. What the absolute blanket fuck. Good lord. That's what I need. Right there. See, now that I need to pull off... What is it I need to pull off? Two. Huge loss, isn't it? There you are. Another big one. Good. There we go. Now I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm not taking down anything right here. So, I mean, I don't need it. Yeah, there we go. Chance is 71%, 2%. Yeah, see, they capped this. This used to be a lot better. Used to be a lot better. Huh. Right. Now off the fucking hordes. So, let me see. I need 5 levels. Christ on a stick. Oh, that is a fucking painful. 92. That is a lot of XP. That is a lot of XP. $92, man. What the That's stupid. 92. God. I do not even think that is justifiable. I mean... Time to spend my evening here. To be honest, I've been busy doing other things. This isn't the pits, they're the fucking worst. Always need abducite. I mean... So the thing is, right? Kind of like, okay, so that board's gonna be all but finished. Most of this character is at least gonna be finished if I hit about 250. Like 250, I should be great. It's about 250. Well, a little about over 250. That moment I get like burning rain at the start. I'm not taking soul spires. See, I don't know. I might barely get to one character this season, in fact. I have a feeling I'm only going to get to one character this season. Might get to two. Might. But I don't think I'm going to start my Spiritborn. I think I'm just going to have to dive in and just do my Spiritborn one season. I might actually do that. Because as much as that, I don't... Honestly, I don't... Unless something happens, I don't have the time for it. Or the energy. And personally, ugh, something... I mean, but I am going to have a gap in my... Really? 2 Hellborn? That means I'm going to get screwed over on them later. And honestly depends what my schedule looks like. Like, I have... As far as Magic, if people don't know, the Final Fantasy set is shaping up to be really good. Like, Dragons of Tarkir... I got Dragons of Tarkir, but... Tarkir Dragonstorm turned out to be pretty good. The Final Fantasy set is instant Wii bait. So... The Final Fantasy set is Wii bait. Yeah, so... See, he just appears normal now. See, okay. This is probably gonna be slightly better on the just faster. I mean, but then again, pits, as my friend said, you kill more, but you gain by proxy and you don't have to mark. But part of it is if this is Mother's Blessing, we're gonna get for like a week. To be honest, I have a build in mind for Idris. I had one last season, but I'm not sure. I want to check my other one before. It's a theory crafting more than anything. Because it's a bone-based build more than blood. Because it's an altering. Choices suck. Choices absolutely suck. Yeah. Let's see. It's Horde Smash Generator for the most part. What I need. But as I said, I am spinning searching. Like, most of this build is pretty much at its end. Outside of it finishing out the Paragon. I gotta redo my other build. See, what's funny about fandom people? If they like something, they'll defend it like the one guy did. But he cannot tell me when some sort of indie thing. Because usually my thing when I look at a comic book, right? Give or take, whether it be a manga, and hell, even I'm as about picky on my anime as anything. I might find something halfway. Honestly, I picked a random lottery on manga here and usually get lucky and find something. Then I just see if it has updates periodically. and pray that the thing never gets dropped. But he's like, but this isn't so good. This is so good. I'm like, so how do you tell me it's good? No, it's like me trying to sell somebody on to play Diablo 4 that plays Path. I mean, just because something is rated would... Nah, I mean, shit. Honest to God. So there's a soul spire. 400. Jesus. I'm not gonna lie, the Paragon requirements are fucking getting annoying. Like, it's individually, like, I'd have to see. Like, I need to get, like, pit pushes. Like, I don't know. Like, I hate throwing out randoms. I want to kick them, but they can't be dying either. See, honestly, it's like if Operator feels like he doesn't push, like, I probably wouldn't either. Like, he's uncertain about his build, like I am. That's the thing, a lot of us are just... we feel powerful, but we don't feel powerful this season. It's like everything is capped for some... It's like, we can be powerful at 4, but this isn't an enjoyable experience. Like, glyphs to 100, because apparently there's a hidden multiplier between 95 to 100. And that makes a difference? Okay. That's the weird part. Like, they rebalanced everything in the game. Like, I would be lying if it's not a stupid thing. Honestly. It turned out to be a half-decent run. That's the second time I've seen the Burning Butcher anyways. Really good. Yeah, the thing is, we can kill, but we can't fucking clear pits. Think about it. That's the crazy part. We can easily kill stuff, but we can't clear pits for some reason. Because pits, they want to either hide behind retarded stuff or hide behind. mean, that's pretty good. Vote. Oh. Where the hell did he go? Also, there's one. Oh, this is the worst grind sometimes. This is gonna take a long, long time. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that the secret to the more the XP push is hidden behind pits. I believe pits is probably going to be the main answer. The question is, can you decently push pits? Because what it is, I'm nearing that. Once you start nearing that, I think it's about 250. I mean, the game starts slowing down to a degree. The game infinitely starts slowing down. Sometimes I feel there's a point where you're good, but it's like that 250. It's about this about every time. Sometimes it's better. Used to be we had pits we could go behind. But pits are... we're talking still numerous. I don't like pit pushing. Never really have. Pit pushing is the pinnacle of fucking near boredom for me. It's very much that activity that you're doing it, but it's bad. Like, I can't describe it, right? Like, pit pushing... Okay, they're progressively making it worse. Like, 92 million between 44 to 45 is like a chore. I don't remember it being that much. Like, when you start getting into, like, 60, like the last few, I mean, I need to do site anyway, so I need to be here. But pit pushing is the worst. Like, that's what I'm noticing. Like, we can easily, like, level up our like, okay. So, there's a point where you can fast level paragons. But then it slows down. Like, you think in tier 4, with me pushing essences and me pushing an elixir with Mother's Blessing, okay, this gained us more levels than it does. But in the same way, we are just like the goal, like 250s, like I have been near the highest on most servers I've been on. Like, occasionally you'll run into the people at... Ooh. Yeah, you run into the people who are like... Like, my friend is 56 right now. Which... Okay. I've seen a couple that's like... But they've... What? So I took off about 3 days. Because I was trying to finish out Expedition 33. And... Yeah, the grind's real. Imagine trying to do this on 3 characters. I mean, Jesus. I mean, I think what's going to become easier is the moment someone in your friend group can crack 100. Oh, God. When the moment cracks 100, God, I don't want to be that person. Because that person is not going to have a life. That's the thing. The person who cracks 100 first, and you openly admit it to your friend, and you can reliably do 90, oh, no. You're gonna hate your life. Because pushing becomes your life for a while. See, like, I know scaling, like, for this game is gonna get... Like, it's started to get really bad around 70? Like, for pits? Like, I do this in tier 4, right? I can take on world bosses, but pit scaling is, like, up there with... So the pit scaling supposedly is 25, which is 15 to 25% harder per level. Give or take. 25 to 35%. And I mean, hell, like, if that's the scaling they are going off of, I mean, no hellborn, but it works. Mm. Mm. Interesting. So it was Vice Media that went after Kirsch. Interesting. I gotta check that. I heard Vice was actually going after. Oh, fuck my life. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could have LOL 10 views. I'm pretty sure the views I got. I'm pretty sure. God, for a half-ass video, I can generate rage. It's not that it's about attention. It's like, God, I want to send a message. Right? I just sent a message. I know my audio is shit right now. I'll be the first to admit it. Look, I have to reset my audio again because every Windows update, this happens. Like, apparently it's like a once a month thing. Like, by my standards of my OBS, right? Something knocks my OBS down by, like, okay, full yes. So it should be about 20 DPI, with a 20. Fuck me. Jesus. That's a horrible choice. That's a horrible choice. I think a lot of it is. It's not like you can go, you get club off time. I'm like, no, dude. I don't give a fuck what Tony does on his dead channel. I got Borders, Final Fantasy I gotta pay for, and then other things. I mean, you gotta think about this, right? I play Magic the Gathering. Where's Magic the Gathering played? Comic book stores. You don't indeed play comic book stores. So you think, like, I don't know comics, right? Like, I don't know a gaming industry. I don't know it. Hey, but details. People who go, but my comic book is good. I'm like, okay, good. Yeah, your comic book is good to you and your fucking 5 friends. Um, I'm not looking forward to doing individual grinding on my, what is it? My barbarian. No. I think my barbarian's probably, but Barbarian's okay, but I'm not sure what to do with her. I have an idea what I want to do with her, but that is a problem. I have to sit down and just figure it. Really. I mean, I like with Necros, because Necros are a pretty simple formula. Spiritborns are a pretty simple formula, too. Spiritborns are pretty much Quill Volley and all the other mess attached to it. You have like one or two, and fine, depending on the quick clear in the season. Is it good? Is it bad? Right? No. Take one, 6-1, half a dozen the other. Necro, yeah, usually that. Blood Wave, unless it's nerfed into the dirt. There. I need Abducite. This is going faster on XP, in my opinion. It's going faster. Slightly faster. Really? Really? After all this time, a fucking two-handed mace. A two-handed mace. 2 GA. I cannot believe that. Two-handed mace GA. After all this time. Right? You think I'd be happy. Partly and partly not. A two... Fuck you, game. Honestly. I haven't had one. Like... So... The meme has been... I've been getting a bunch of swords, right? It finally, after of about... How many hours of this character in tier 4, tier 3, tier 4 does it give me a mace? Now, fine, right? Okay, fine. Give it that. But hey, you gotta understand the joke of it, right? The joke of it is that when you look at it, and I mean, it's okay. I think I've come close in the last day or two farming, but I no, just it's like pulling the lottery, so to speak. Like that's just, and it's a GA in all the right spots too. So I mean, intelligence and the other one. So it means I need to roll it. So that's gonna be decent for what it does, but I'm not gonna do it right now. Oh, but this sword is... The sword was god-rolled for what it was. I'll lose about 2,000 XP, basically. That's at least a good find. I would have chosen the etheric masses, but I would just chosen the etheric mass and said fuck it to everything else. And also another way you don't win someone over. You just gotta show them and you gotta tell them, why is the book good? Hmm. No, I like my stories to be actually, because I'm really weird about a lot of stories. Like, it's like my taste in games are strange. See, I play games based on enjoyment. I then, like, if I have to play a game for story, I want the game to be really good in story. Like, the beauty of Expedition 33. In fact, the beauty of that game is it's beautiful in the aspect of combat, scenery. It went beyond the storytelling that I knew. Like, I haven't seen that level of storytelling since, for me, like BioShock and other games. Like, Black Myth Wukong even has, like, a depth to it. I mean, it's a basic parable at the end of the day, right? A basic parable story. But Expedition 33 being, like, start to finish in a lot of the stuff in the lore is, like, really good for what it is. Like, but it's one of those ones, like, story wise, even though I know the twist, not because you kind of see it, it's good. You know, but this game I play for the gameplay, not the story. Occasionally, you get one season with a really excellent story, and then the rest, it's just how quickly do we grind and climb. Like Belial's story, like, I'm gonna take over from the Mother of Hatred. Okay. Look, Daughter of Hatred storyline. It's okay. Like, you get to the expansion, like, at least good, you know. This, for the most part, less of the fetch versus How much can I grind a character and make broken? Yuck. I feel it though. The grind in this game sometimes hurts. But then it's weird. I go to like Fallout 76. I know the grind is bad over there because the RNG, but for the most part, it's a little weird. It's the starting and stopping is less. Here, it's the you play, you play, you play, and then you stop. But like unless you're there, really. See, like they're 219, right? So like 15 to 19. I mean, they can do that. I make up on the DPS. I mean, oh, you fucking. They're all the fucking same. Dude, they're all the same. It's gonna be a low run. We've had 3 rounds of just sheer shit. I was K1. Like, those choices don't make sense at all. Like, if the choices made... Because, like, okay. They were all 3 council choices. And they're not good choices because that's just plus 15 Aether, not plus 10. So I think a lot of what okay. Repetitive grinding in this game is the search for the 1% better item, right? Occasionally, you're maxing out aspects. Which I got lucky and I got a max title and I got a max, what? Ultimate Shadow. I'm good. Fits my build perfectly. There's people who've been playing Barbarian and they can't. That's a weird number to stop up on. That etheric mass would have been good like fucking 3 turns ago. But yeah. Like Claire Obscure, like it's a good game. Like Doom Story, look, from what I've seen people playing it, it's what I expected. It doesn't look like that deep of a story. I mean, it's gonna be that game based on combat. I don't play it based on intrigue. Yeah, this is gonna be a grind regardless. This season, trying to get your Paragon levels up, oh dear god. It's worse. Like, the Paragon level's shit. Oy, we have a right to bitch and complain. I am pushing... Look, I am literally pushing... If you think about it, I am pushing the max XP I can get. Like, and I start to get more of it. That's with the elixirs, and that's with the others. It's going faster, but it's going slow. As is how I play. I play this until I'll do about 6 or 12. Sure, everyone's ready. It's best. If you use it, if you need to be using elixirs, you need to be using it. That's hard. See, the problem with pits is you can grind up your nodes in pits, but that's the issue. Like, Paragon grinding in pets needs to be done at a higher level, because the Paragon grinding in pets is very stupid and scaled to 3 people. So this is gonna be your best fucking bet, like... It's one of the ones. It's definitely the best for it, but you need to be using all of the other stuff. Like, it's just... It squeaks it out. Like, it turns around, unless you're speed farming, like, a certain level of pits, like 2 minutes. You will approximately be good. But you're also going to be spamming a lower pit. You're not doing it, like, clearly. It's the quickest route. So I need, what, 5? The pits, to a certain degree, are good for, like, up to about 69 or 70, right? You're roughly good until it's like leveling your... It's like leveling your paragons. See, the overall Paragon level is slow. But if you're leveling your glyphs is the harder. Because you're now doing 2 different things. That is another tier to pick. Like, basically, overall, the Paragon grind, right? So Paragon boards are our strength, but they've layered it under basically your shell shit. So pits have been layered behind. So pits have been layered behind not only leveling get glyphs, they are behind the other. And to a point, you can get your paragon level up, which is the blue. But it's not. Like, eventually, but to level glyphs between the war on the high level glyphs is what I about figured was going to happen. Now, hypothetically, because of the scaling to 100, yeah, it's insane. Like, my friend had to get to, like, 90, and then it's only, like, a 25% chance. That's insane. That's, like, absolutely insane. Like, I'm only doing half as good is because I got my stuff leveled to, as I said, they're 87, 83, 81. Like, any other season, I'd be near a god. Like, I'd be near a top 10%, at least 5% god. And I've been able to get to the last level. Somehow, someway. Not this season. The rebalance and the leveling is insane. And it's not even the witch power. Like, the powers or the god powers, or boss powers, I would call them that, are the same way. And team people. Look, the idea. You got all shit. Huh. Not that. It depends on how to, because what's going to happen when I play Doom Mid Arcade is I'm going to be exploring it. I mean, all the levels are the secrets, so. Oh, a-hole. Shit. I'm really what it is I'm on a kill more build. A lot of my power comes from a kill more. Like, this is good for killing, like, stuff. General use, it's really good. Like, this, at least in its one, now that I have the corrupting damage, does additional damage. That legendary node I have been missing. I had it before, and then I was like, I need to go out to the other, because I respect at some point. Then I didn't made it for the last board. Then I rushed to the last board. Then I was gonna think, be not hard enough to come back to the one board. Turns out that was a fucking stupid idea. What the actual fuck? There's just times I ask questions. Hmm. There are moments you stop and then you have to ask. No. I have a question. I I have a strange question why someone says they're either not gay or weird, right? Okay, I'm gonna say this. People don't beat allegations. I just look up something, and he's not beating the allegations. And okay, when a married man his immediately go to other guys is basically gay things. Okay, I'm sorry, you're not beating the charges. And the man could actually say what he wants about me at some point. Because I know I operate space in Gay Beans' head. What? I'm sorry. That's just bad. The tweet. The beautiful part, as I said earlier, like, with see, okay, Multi does political stuff now a little bit. He does this thing, figured it. He's in Canada. The reason why I'm so used to arguing with liberals is because I've done it. Like, I've social justice warriors been my thing. All these weird fucks play these weird mental games, and they're like, "Eh, not you, not you, not you." I come from a competitive game background, so I used to shit talk as well. So then I come across gay beans who, like, when I start, I don't have to deep dive and understand why. Like, I'm not just gonna have someone around me who's absolutely crazy. I have people around me who are unusual, but I don't like to deal with crazy. That's just myself. But then gay beans. Like, I immediately go to, yeah, that's gay. He has gay repression. His first tweet is to show another man having a happy, really happy ending. And he's like supposed to be a married wife. He is okay, he's married with a wife, I should say. That dude, there's something to him. Like, I have never been able to place the derangement. And it's hilarious because, safe from laughing, because, look, every time, okay, one day, I want one of these people to prove me wrong. I do. I want one of these liberal SJW types to pull up from who support Comic Skate or eventually line up with him. Not to be a deranged nutbag. Alright? But I mean, you're not, if you're not gay, then don't show, promote things happening. That's the best I can tell people. Public image is a weird thing with me. Eat one. Yeah. Fucking shitty run. That's so bad. Yeah, I'm not the party. I'm not the guy that's going to, like, wait. I don't kick people. I will happily sit through a couple of a bad horde and then do it. No problem. I don't expect the moon with shit. Hmm. There's a times I have to stop playing this game for at least a bit. Because, as I say, this game becomes that dull gray mash of red and mud. Red and browns. I know it sounds weird. The palette in this game, after so often, is nothing but... It's partly vibrant, but partly after a while. See, now that my character literally blends in with this place from above. Tell the difference. Eh. Look, if it weren't for the white hair on the headpiece of this character, I probably would just blend in perfectly with this place. That was actually the fact. I do love this skin, though. This is good. It stands out in a lot of other areas, but here, the same color as my abilities and everything. One with the environment. But it is also hell on my eyes to try to figure out where to fire off abilities. No, the color palette in this game, that's one thing I've like certain areas, yeah, like if I but I have the type that if I've lived in hill tides most of the time and everything else. So I play this game colorblind. No, but this is like it's like say, I'm making this up. This is like okay. like between 95, right? So now it goes to 97. Okay. Yeah, 5 million difference between. Oh yeah, like now you're just gonna be just milking every bit of XP that I can. Sorry. And this is on top of having Mother's Blessing. Ugh. But do understand, when I play games, that if you don't think I can crank out XP, I do it all legit. Division, I'm just one of those people who goes in, easily just does what I need to do with XP, goes around, murder hosebos, everything, and then just finds the route to do it. I used to be, like, I get to the point, I'll play this a lot, and then I'll get down to it. It gets down to I'm in about 4 hours, maybe at best. 2 days a week. Decorating Hellborn in the master. Then it gets down to where, yeah, I'll pull like maybe that. It's in my rotation. But I do plan, my plan is, if summer is as bleak as it looks, so if summer is as bleak as I think it's going to be on game schedules, I need to catch up on Genshin. You know, it feels weird to have my Archon quest about a version or two behind. Like, okay, hypothetically, my character. Okay, I have good builds in that game, but my Archon quest is barely at Fontaine. I just dragged myself to get past Simmer. And I always vow to complete that story or get up to at least Natlon. At least by some reason. Like, I like to be a version or two behind. Anything beyond, like, the 2, I'm gonna start asking. Because I might be able to just catch up there. But then again, HSR is more difficult. I gotta finish out, I need to finish out, what is it? Crap, what's that area? HSR, I have to get past Pentakami. I hate Pentakami. There's something about Pentakami that brings back the flashbacks of like if I get past Pentakami, which I'll be good. But as I said, getting past Pentakami is the key. But at least as far as Archon quests go, I'm not too bad off. Like, Archon Quest for 4.0 was not shit. I'm probably gonna lose people because they don't understand Genshin. Genshin's story is going to culminate because we're about to get the last continent. Like, I fell off, like, around Simiru because Simiru was... Okay, Simiru in a nutshell is the arc which was version 3.0, where they extended every quest is a wait quest. Right? Every single quest is you do something and you're waiting. Wait. And going good, sort of. I had to put down Gay Beans' ult or some comic book fan who couldn't justify his comic. Oh yes, it's enjoyable. He apparently likes an indie comic, as I said, and the creator wants it. It's like, yeah, and I'm like, okay. Then he's playing Indiana Jones. I'm like, okay, so you're like a normie boomer. Yes, indeed. Mm. Yeah, and he's like, so Image Comics, right? Sort of like is basically because I guess it's like an indie comic thing, and if I look it up, it's either going to be Vertigo or it's going to be Image, and I knew it was going to either be Vertigo or Image, and I'm like, it looks like slop to me. It does. Mid, and I asked him to sell it on me for me. Sell it. Sell me the store. I'll add it to my pull box. I'm like, okay, you're done. And he winds up coming back with like 2 other ones. I'm just like, bro, yeah, no one's heard of this. Good for you. I'm not trying to be a dick to the guy, but like, please understand. You want me to read whatever comic, I'll look at it. But you gotta convince me and you gotta sell it. You know? You gotta sell me on these things. You gotta tell me the perks of the story. Does it have any hints? Does it have any intrigue? It literally looks like refrigerator art. And I don't understand why they get mad when you go, but if you insult their indie comic. I'm like, well, okay. Eh. Hell, let me get you on one of the mangas I read. Jump you up there and let's see if you like it. Probably not your cup of tea, because I have everywhere from either romance to sci-fi with a bunch of horror and gore and I don't know. I'm like, okay. I read it to a point and then after. Huh. And occasionally I have to wait months on a chapter because they don't come out with anything new for a bit. Like, I'm still waiting like for the end of D. Gray Man. Like, D. Gray Man, like, but that writer, um, she's, it's weird, like, I don't think she's ever going to finish that book. Like, I don't think she's ever going to finish D. Gray Man. I will be shocked if she does. Like, D. Gray Man has been on the weird hiatus. Supposedly she had like a kid in between. She had to take off. Then one of the lead writers for it basically but it's gone between gaps between updates that it's almost forgotten about. Like Berserk as an example. Berserk is still going on, but even though the author died, they have a vision, so it's like I've seen some really good ones that are like one shots and they're really, really great and good, but then I've also seen some that are just weird. But like with comics, you gotta convince me. You gotta convince me with comics. A story is good. You should show me as much as convince. Yeah, see, I apparently insulted his. Wait, no, the author got to the point with Berserk. He just updated it every. Like, he was updating it every, like, so often. Like, he was updating. Then he eventually finally died. Because his vision for. You gotta understand. His vision for Berserk because left off at a really weird point. Like, supposedly he either had a gotcha addiction or something on the side, because people would joke the reason why he would release books the way he does coincided with it. But like the thing with Berserk is weird. Like that's the thing about it. Berserk gets odd. Like the people I don't think make it to. They make it right up to the sacrifice arc, and I think they check out. It's like introducing someone to Chainsaw Man, okay? Chainsaw Man, I read before it became popular. Like, before the internet discovered it. And... Oh, yeah, Idolmaster, okay. Yeah. Because I forget which one it was. I don't know if it was a meme. But it's just funny. Every release of his book. Because you gotta look at it. Like, Overlord. Overlord was meant to be, like, 17, 18 novels, right? He's barely probably going to get out, I think, 15. Because I remember talking with a friend that read it, and he still had to get through, like, 2 lands or something, right? And he didn't have the novels. Like, the novels were stalling. Like, but he initially planned, like, 8, like, somewhere between 17 or 18 novels. So whatever, like, the ending to Overlord is gonna get rushed. Or just end weirdly. Well, yeah, no. I mean, Bleach filters it. Not Bleach, but, those, like, Berserk filters. Chainsaw Man will filter you too, by the way. Like, Chainsaw Man filters. You just have no idea. Like, Chainsaw Man will easily filter out the weak. I mean, part 2 has not been kind at all. Like, then again, that's a strange one about subverting expectations. That's Chainsaw Man reads like one really, like, you can describe where it is now, and you wouldn't know how you get there. Well, it's the way it's released. Yeah, that's like one of those ones, but then you realize that was the author that did Fire Punch. But that was an author, but Chainsaw Man's author did Fire Punch. So you can have fun on that one. And by that, hey, look. It's like the day, Sea Sorter, you gotta understand, it's the day that progressives... I remember Gundam did a video. The day progressives found, day liberals and progressives found Berserk. It's the funny part. It's probably still up on his channel. They discovered Berserk. Right up until they go, everything seems fine, right? Berserk is that it looks nice, fluffy, medieval fantasy. The main character nearly gets raped. Yes! The final arc, right? A Berserk that is actually official as we know it is they get to the fairyland on a boat, right? Like, they're getting to the fairyland. And what's funny is about the one final draft before he died is the one little fairy child underneath the moonlight. It's like supposed to be like Griffin be reborn or something. And then he spends the time there with the Skull Knight, learning about the armor. Then apparently the current arc is he has to go to the land that Griffin took over on board a ship, and he's going to go rescue what is it, a Kaiser or whatever, and probably stop Griffin, who's becoming a tyrant in the land. That's where it's currently at in Berserk. Like, and I'm like, the last, like, chapter, like, well, okay, yeah, but why does the Moon Child have Griffin's face in the moonlight? That's the shit they got to explain. Like, supposedly he left the Vision with him, with that whole team. Which I would, okay. That's like an ending of like, you're either gonna like it or you're gonna hate it. Because, like, the current arc is like somehow he gets BTFO'd, he has PTSD as he's bound and tied up on a ship. Like, by slavers. It's like, sometimes you gotta ask. Like, that's where they're at right now. There was a new chapter released not long ago. Oh. Have you not? Okay, Sorter. What was the last chapter you read? Don't, before you read the new arc, go read the last of the fairy arc. When they were on the fairyland or wherever that place is. You see the Moonchild, and it was the last chapter, like right before he died. Like, the guy actually died. Like, it has where the Moonchild goes into the moonlight, and it turns into, like, Griffin. Like, at least, like, a human form, like, an adult form. Yeah, that will fuck with someone's brain. That will actually screw with someone's brain with a little bit. Yeah. Think about that. But then, supposedly, the long arc, right? They went on afterwards. As I said, they're on the way to go get her who has been captured by Griffin in another kingdom. And he's going by slow boat. So, have fun with that one. Yeah, it'd be just another 5 years, I believe, before we actually get the penultimate fight on the land between Guts and Griffin to settle everything. And we'll decide then if he gets consumed by the armor. I guess. You know, Skull Knight in tow, apparently. Skull Knight's just staying wherever. Like, but the idea, right, is, you know, it's funny as one of the armors for Necro in this, for the special Berserk, is actually Skull Knight. Which is funny. I'm almost tempted to buy it. Because it's actually Skull Knight. I'll have to show it, like, once I get through this part. Now, it looks weird. They got the wolf... By the way, they got the wolf armor. Yeah, by the Kushins, yeah. That's where they're at. Yeah, that's... Just waiting another 10 years, you know. We might get the end of the story. And again, bear in mind, people who do long work. It's like the same writer who did Neon Genesis Evangelion. And again, like, fucking really, it's a bad choice. So, like, hold on. So, this is the actual, so for the Berserk armor. Now, people are complaining this is too expensive. Alright? So, here's the Berserk. See, I want this pet. I'm sorry. I really do. This, the Griffin armor, is the Prestige Rogue. Right? I just have to show this. That, they got the Skull Knight, they got this one, and then they got that one. Yeah. Like, seriously. Now, I will be honest, the textures on them don't look good. Like, you got... Don't ask me how the Griffin armor looks like it's supposed to be a rogue. Like, rogue has 2 armors, right? And I'm kind of shocked that they didn't hit the... Like, the Skull Knight is actually kind of a good one. Like, if I were to... Okay, I'd be honest. If I did not have a barbarian skin, I would do the... Easily go in and do... Like, the... other one. Like, the stuff for the Griffin armor. But the one when he has the crossbow with the one arm, I just don't know how they justify $30 for it. The pet, though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that pet. It's a banging pet. Now, that pet, though. There's something about the pet that's... It's creepy enough that I would get it. Because, here's the thing. This is the armor for it. So, the Skull Knight, right? Everyone's gonna start again here soon. So, the Barbarian armor, right? is clearly, I'm not saying the better, but rogue, there's two rogue armors-ish. But I'm like, okay. It sells it. But if you ask me, texture-wise, you really miss it. But as I said, the Berserk event. Oh, there's a world boss. It died. 3 hours, really? So you got the Griffin in the white armor. You have Guts in the wolf armor. See, you have the armor and the wolf armor, right? So you got the white horse. You got this one. This is the barbarian, right? This is the one. And it looks good to a degree. It looks better. It looks a little bit better. You got the Griffin armor ish. So the Griffin armor here looks good. Not very roguey. But give or take. Skull Knight. I like the look of the Skull Knight. Skull Knight looks good. Then you got the other basic bitch rogue. Which, these are all 2,800. And then you got the horse. I mean, all in all, that's about $100. But shit you not. But the pet, I might buy. The pet is creepy enough that I would buy. The pet is the weird little head thing. Yeah. Actually, I just didn't exactly remember the pet comes from. But the pet, like... See, that's the one. I didn't quite remember that. Like, I know it's there. Like... The pet, though. I'm like, spot on. Yeah, what's funny is the whole armor. Oh god, you don't even want to know, like... currently, I've said this before. They just did a Gundam crossover in, Overwatch. That was still... I don't know if it's still going on. For Overwatch. It has, like, Wing Zero, Classic Gundam, and a bunch of skins. Oh, yeah. By the way, each of those are 28... They're like, yeah, they're 2,800, in fact. Those shows are 2,800. And here, as I say, I got, like... I got Doom, it's probably gonna set me back $70 tonight. So... I'm buying it the day of. I'm not really buying it the other. I'm trying to see if deals pop up for it, because Doom is going to be $70. I was not gonna play it day one. Like, I wasn't gonna play Doom day one. Day one, they wanted premium access for that game. Oh, thank you. I learned my lesson from Space Marine. I learned my lesson from that. Don't expect the game to be fully done. See, the Gundam Overwatch skins are really good. I looked at that. I'm like... But I can guarantee you that shit was expensive. Like, you can go look them up. Like, I spotted that. I'm like... Yeah, that's the one. It's funny that last round we had 50%. I may dip out of this group and go over and there's an opportunity for a billion. For a billion. I may have to dip out of this group. Yeah. Mm. Mm. See, that's the thing, right? You have Hellborns, you have that. You just pray to God you don't get like those. Like, if it happens, just stand in them. Because it's total shit. Wow, it's a fuck another Soul Spire. Yep. This is a cursed run. As I said. If someone's gonna pay $1 billion gold for 2 things, I will happily take it. No, but I mean, granted, like anything, like certain parts of us, my eyes. My eyes. I've been here for an hour. I need out of this place as well. I need a change of scenery. Plus, I need to go roll that mace. I need to roll that mace. The mace is very... If I get lucky on that mace, right, the mace, that mace will be God if I can get it. Oh. What? That was a Hellborn +1. That was a Hellborn +1. Huh? Weird. That was Hellborn. I think someone said it's about 150 for all the cosmetics. Asshole. Still froze me. I just need a change of scenery. Man, as I told you, change of scenery a little bit. Hmm. I need to roll that helm. I need to roll roll that mace. Oh, I've been here for like 2. I've been here for at least, but. Oh. I mean, it's gem fragments. I mean, I don't use skulls. So. Actually, as much as I like hordes, hordes take it out of me. Mm. Good. Well, mm. 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 Wish me luck on rolling that one. Mm. The issue with like that is a lot of this scenery starts looking the same. I would be lying if it doesn't want to make you chew part of the damn scenery in this game after a bit. Just because of the nature of it. There's a lot of this scenery in this game. Like, it's not necessarily that it's bad, it's just, oh god. Like, okay, put it this way. It's the security, put it like the security officer. I use the analogy a lot. Like, so you have like the security like person sit to watch a monitor repeatedly. The problem with like these style environments, like literally my armor blends in with the ground in that place. That's the crazy. It blends in. And what's sad, this armor. What's funny about this mace? It's almost criminal to roll off that 56% damage. Hold on. So I could probably get about 70 out of that if it gets to be about 70. But it needs intelligence, so let's see how much can intelligence can it have? 242. The max it can have is 242. So need. Wonder how long that's gonna take. What comes first? As I say, the question. Hmm. 5 mil a roll. Yeah, no. If you don't think that this shit gets expensive, it does. Now, I need the other part. Okay, now the second part. Tempering. Oh, so Titanfall 2 is. So Titanfall 2 is the max. So it's Titanfall 2 is the max. That's where I break it. Fucker. Ah, that's where I. That's where I break it. Mm. Have you ever said I hate tempering in this game? Ever before? And you only get one chance, by the way. One damn chance. get one chance to fucking roll it. That's not the worst affects to be fucking stuck with. But damn, is that not where I want it? It isn't the worst affects to be stuck with. I should have just kept it with the with that one. I got greedy. So I got greedy basically, and of course it bites me in the ass. Basically. As that fucking is annoying. I hate that. See, okay. Tempering can bite you in the ass, and it just like that. That's kind of what happened. That it's not a good thing. I mean, it isn't the only, like, mace and other thing that I've had. Like, fuck's sakes, though. I mean, breaking it is annoying. I mean, if I had known what is it even then, I would have had, like, 2 other charges, but... Mhm. 60 intelligence, right? I lose roughly about... You know all that Abducite I just farmed? Do you want to watch it disappear? Oh, that is so fucking retarded. You want to know where all our reducite goes? Yeah, I lose about 300 life. Life is not the fucking issue. I mean, it's +8 Titanfall, Intelligence Titanfall, and Intelligence and Titanfall. What is my current overpower damage? My current overpower damage will go through the roof. That's like a 500% increase in overpower damage. That's an 8 Titanfall. That's an 8 Titanfall. Now we're looking right. One more. I can live with that better. Okay. I can live with that better. I mean, in reality, you want one of them to land on the overpower, right? I mean, if I'm having to downgrade, I mean, 750 to this. So I lose damage well fortified a little bit here. Hold on. What's this? Let's see. Yeah, I lose a little bit. Just a bit. I lose the damage well fortified. See, that damage well fortified is going to hurt. Okay. That damage well fortified. That was a key selling feature. That's a very key selling feature. But that flat modifier too, in a way. But that's what I should be having. See, that's a tough call. Like, that one's good, and that one's going to be a hard one to replace. Because that took me forever to get. But that is going to be for 600%. Yeah, we're doing damage over time. Oh, that's in the damage over time. Sorry, I need to check sometime. So 89. Yeah, because it doesn't have the amethyst in it. So the amethysts make the difference. 210. 4 million. There's base. That's better. Base different. That's like 400. That's actually more. Like if that was better, you know, I mean, I might be able to recover some. It just means I'm gonna have to go searching for another one. So finding weapons are not as bad as trying to find. Finding the weapons is definitely a lot easier in the grand scheme. So. So all I need now is back. I'm only down 6,000 of Dusite. Huh. How adorable. That's okay. See, I'm only down 200,000 of Dusite. 100. I'm only down. Sorry. But the idea, right? Hmm. That looks weird. It looks better though. It's a different pet, by the way, but that's the pet you get with the final reward. Like I think it's like the final this season. Yeah, the weird cat with eyes. Hmm, not quite sure. And then there's another cat in the store this season. But this is the one that comes from the season. I had no idea. That is not the roll that I want. Let's see, someone did the purple. Purple looks good in this, though. So, like, what's cool about this set, like, this set in almost all of its glory does well. Hold on. Like, this is purple. Like, this entire set basically colors, I think, some of the best of all the armor. Like, for some reason, almost all the colors for it work. I do not know why. I mean, ideally, man, I did mine with the red, but whoever did this cosmetic, like, honestly, whoever did it, here's the thing. Whoever did the cosmetic for this particular set, it color codes perfectly. I don't know why. That's the strangest part. It color codes. Like, I think I'm using the base. Like, the red. Like, I think I'm using. Like, even the base. I like the base. Like, the base I live with more. But this entire color set is perfect. Just, I have no idea. It colors exactly how you think it does, and to be the equivalent. I do not know why, but whoever designed that designed it perfectly. See, I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna need 6 more still. Oh, murder me whole. And I'm still down my. No, I've been stuck with a lot of the same rings for a while. Like, I've been trying to replace this ring for the longest time. And I don't think I've found a replacement yet. Like, I have not found a replacement. Like, I've been needing to replace this damn thing for a good bit. I haven't found anything. Because to replace that ring, I have to have. By the way, that ring is for my barbarian. I have to have intelligence at least. I say that, but I might have one. GA intelligence. That has to be the other one. Oh man. Oh man, though. That's a good ring. But the only upgrade on that ring would be intelligence and damage, so. That's it. Intelligence and damage. See, that's the right ring, but that affix, as I said, is approximately a 19. That's like a perfect affix. Like, that is a money affix, in fact. That is. I mean, if you have an idea, that is roughly about a. So, in the by codex, so it's 32 is the max? So that's like an 18 or a 19. That's like an 18. Yeah. Well, 18 or 19, I believe. On the scale. So. And that is a hell of a find. But being an 8, like an 18 or a 19 at that point, like, ugh. See, I've been getting lucky with, like, things, so. I need to replace those. But I also need to replace the ring. The ring needs replacing. That's where probably a lot of my ovables are gonna go. I haven't had any luck replacing this yet. That right there, though, that needs to be replaced. I have a replacement. But I don't want to use that one. No, I want to save that for somebody. They pay me dearly for it. Because that is an item, as I said. Just that affix alone, this season is rarer than fuck. That is the rarest fuck season. To understand, so you understand, that is about a 70-80% item. I mean, hell, it's in the right affix, it's in the right place. I mean, worst comes to worst, yeah, I would use it. But that stat, that's why it's stored here. I have not found any other gauntlets like Intel gauntlets not shown up because I don't get 2 GAs. I mean, okay, you go like these, but these are similar to this one. Right here, very similar. Ideally, it is the GA would be intelligence and life. That would be the ideal. And the issue itself is, well, I mean, as RNG goes on rings, I'm not getting it. I've been stuck. It's like, since I got that mace, I haven't been getting another mace for like ages. Closest maces I've been getting are like these days. I get, sorry, temporarily tired. I get like, what is it? No, I basically get sides. That has been my curse probably this season. Like this, I keep getting good size all over the place. Oh, you need an axe? Hmm. Actually, hold on a second. Is that? I might be able to use that ring. Yeah, as long as I have that. I mean, both of those are money items. I mean, if you think about it. Okay, so that's equivalent. Yeah, those are both the same. Yeah, so those are both the same, by the way. I should re-roll that. So I can use that. Technically, I can reuse that. So I am good. I think I can finally make a grand diamond. So I can finally make a grand diamond. I've been trying to make a grand diamond for what? A grand diamond's been eluding me. I should re-roll this only because of I need to floor this, in fact. By that, I need that to be at its floor, and I need to cool down faster. Alright. Mm. I mean, ideally, right? That's now the problem is rally stability. Mm. Perfect. I can get the big one out of the way. I keep getting really bad rolls. Like 95 damage. I mean, that's tolerable. I want that cooldown lower. That cooldown lower is what's hurting me. I got it down to 14, so it's down 3, right? So being down 3 seconds is at least better. Slightly less life. I mean, I gain here or I gain in the other spot. This is the problem, right? So I need, like... I mean, I finally replaced that ring after a while. Like, I've had that one, but I'm like, I didn't want to use it. But then again, it's like, sure. CS, I'm not sure. Like, I want to replace those, but that is a source of armor. I want to replace this, but that sounds fine too. See, and there's the thing. Because I don't have that other cooldown, like, right here. That's what dropped that. So, 14's knock off 3. I'm assuming that is in basically the floor. Because that's the problem. That has to be in the floor. And the floor basically is still 8 seconds. Assuming the animation goes and then get it to... Assuming it's the animation... Sorry, so I have what? 97? So at best I'm at 97. And my armor just dropped. No, I bet at that weird armor. That's the problem. What did it change? But yeah, no, a lot of that is just rolls. That's what I hate, by the way. See, I'm in the quandary if I just use the rest of that obtuse side to roll. But I could probably forego the damage while fortified just to have more. Like in life. honestly, it's just more obducite. Like, that's a good one. It's like 800. See, that is a problem. They don't say generically what the cooldown rate is. Cooldown rate being that low. Stop. 230. Greater boots. But yeah, no. See, the other thing, I guess the only other thing I'm still. I mean, ideally, the best rings are either intelligence, that or GA and something. It's the best ones. But now my armor is low. Damn it, though. I should just save that Odusite from my other character, though. It's not much of a choice, is it? I need to start banking that Odusite. I'm missing armor somehow than the other. But yeah. Tech power is good, but my armor is down. And I'm gonna need. I'm gonna have to restore those two. I don't know why I lost armor. Question is how did I lose about 15? Lose about armor? There's a way I can make it up. Honestly, there's a way I can make it up easy. There's actually a way. A lot of my armor is coming from spiked armor. That's what it's coming from. But I don't have anything I can roll it on. Feeling like that's good, and the only other way is to roll that. See, a lot of this is just requiring a shit ton of Abducite and praying that it rolls correct. That's a problem. Because I need like one more spiked armor. Like if that goes... See, like I need that to go to spiked armor. Hurt my armor worse. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's about the best I can get that one. I cannot win the reroll lottery. I can't win that. See, that's the thing. The reroll lottery has not been my friend, basically. The reroll lottery is by far the worst. But unfortunately, I have to do that. There's not much of a choice. It's like, because here's the thing, there isn't a choice in the term. You're just going to wind up doing it. You hopefully get your rolls, or you don't. Then the server suddenly died. There's a lot. I'm not sure, like, on the damage, it's like, yeah, because it's that guarantee you need to have. Like, if I hit that guarantee, I mean, it's down to like 9 seconds, so at least it's better. I mean, I'm closer to the floor. The floor is 8 seconds, or 9. In fear. Huh. Though I did brick that is just gonna be strange one on the damage. Well, fortified would at least be a flat multiplier. Hard to believe if one weapon makes that much of a difference. That's not good. I'm close enough with this. I do not know why. I think it's just like the last couple of pieces I need for this build. Like, title, I'm not. I actually thought I was max title, but apparently not. Like, still one away. But then that's a dream. If you don't get that, it's okay. Like, if you honestly, if you don't get that, it's not going to be the worst part. Hmm. Following. Come here. Come here. Well, by its scenery, right? Like, Worst part down here is just some of the same tiles, but that's scenery, and like the other ones are pretty bad. It's like, oh god. Maybe party pit push is probably what I need to go for. Oh yeah, I'm running into walls. Not a good sign. I don't know. It's not like I hit the wall with this game, but it is definitely getting annoying. It is annoying in the worst way possible, too. It's like... Might take a break. Not stream it, but I'll take a break and then do. I need to see how far and get a group and do pit pushing. If I sound slightly tired more than normal, but yeah, there's like a drain. There's honestly a drain that I get like after I think it starts. It shows more here. It's just like a drag kind of a thing where it starts off with like arguably like signing. It's like, yeah, you're not that. Then your vision goes, and then I'm good until I'm pretty much good until I can't use the aim anymore in games. Which, yep. Yeah, I'll figure out the way. I don't know. There's a quick way. There always is. Pits are clearly the one. And somewhere in the game, so then we'll figure it out. Good boy. But yep. Oh. But yeah. It looks like with Mother's blessing. The problem is it costs so much to level. It's ridiculous. It's like 9. It's worse than last season. But then again, my eyes are starting to go, so I do need to take a break. But tomorrow, I should have Doom the Dark Ages done. So, it's release day tomorrow. I don't know when we do but here, though. This Paragon grinding is bad. Like, it's easy to level, roughly, at least to a certain point of tier 4. But that's not, I'm starting to drift. But yeah, this build I need like a 2GA, like intelligence and life. But other than that, I mean, the mace is working out. But man, I am probably going to be crashed here in about a couple of hours. But yeah. Yeah, but anyways. I don't know. Tomorrow is Doom the Dark Ages. Could be 2 in the afternoon. And then, hell, I'll probably take a quick nap and probably form a group and do. I'm going to take a nap and probably have to do a quick groups and do farming tonight. Boy, oh boy, though. This is gotten a lot slower right here. Like, this particularly is worse. It's worse than trying to farm like this. Like, so you need Paragon points, right? Shit. Actually. But for the gear that I'm having to search for, like, some of this is good. It's just I need to get the right rolls. But unfortunately, with that, I am a little tired. And as I said, I'll probably take a break. And you never know. The way I am, I'll do this and I'll come back in a couple of hours and like be fresh. Be a little fresh for about another. Take a nap or something. But Doom the Dark Ages will be tomorrow. But yeah. No, this is just one of those annoying feats of I'm powerful, right? But I'm not powerful. I just don't. Speaking of the guts armor, there it is in game. It looks decent, actually, from the way it looks. It actually looks good. You see, the thing about the armor, though, which is crazy, is, my concern with it is how it colors. Like, it's just the way it looks. Like, I think I've seen it in game because it has a visually different look. It's that segmented plate. It just looks utterly weird when you look at it. Like, if you stand out and you see it in game, meh. It has a very dull texture to it. Wait, I do need to take a nap, horribly. And then, rest up for tomorrow. So. Plus, my eyes are hurting too, so. Again, I'm gonna catch people, a little over 12 hours. 1:30 to 2 p.m. Central Standard Time is usually when I stream. So. And I should have it downloaded and have everything done. I just waited till today to buy it. Just... It's not because I'm broke. It's just, dear God, I'd buy it the day of release. But you still get the pre-release package or whatever. But I'm just going to pray that I don't have half the technical issues with Doom the Dark Ages. But I'll find out. Anyways, but I need to take a nap and then whatever. So, that'll be about then. So, 1:32 Central. So, right. But I am going to probably go to bed early too, so. The yawn combined with eyes burning is a bad sign. But, all in all, I don't know. Till later. I mean, I don't know how long Doom the Dark Ages is going to take me, by the way. There's 22 different levels. I guess secrets per level, and it just depends on how quickly I traverse the levels. So. Now that's going to be an experiment. Speak right now. That's going to be a hell of an experience, by the way, because I haven't played a Doom since Doom 3. But I know the basics of how the combat system is going to work. So, I've already seen some of the cheese that works too, so I'll just have to figure it out. It's very much going to be very much fun. So, I will catch people then, so later today. Or well, it's 11:30 my time, so. But I will have to get those settings calibrated in on that game, so. Again. Probably be about 2 p.m. Because the updates for the graphics drivers are already here for it, and I'm assuming patches or bugs are probably going to be done too, so. But yeah, I'm not looking forward. They really do want a premium for that game. But it's... I don't complain about it. I think it's like a $70 game. So if I look really quick. Hold on. Tell people right off. So GG.deals, right, is where you pretty much can purchase everything. Let me see. See, you can buy, like, see... Okay, Mafia the Old Country is clocking in at $42. Doom the Dark Ages with a pre-release bonus is coming in. That's actually interesting. Claire Obscure's dropped a little bit. I mean, pre-purchase. I mean, pre-purchase was coming in at 70. 70. Really? The pre-order DLC is... Excuse me. Pre-order DLC is like $35. Alright. That's fucking hilarious. 58. My usual. See, the premium is the one everybody was playing early. I need a Steam key. 56. So, best deal is on K4G, but I don't know that site. $56. Oh, it's funny, that might be a BattleNet game. It's supposed to go through Steam. Steam, it's either going to be bought through Steam or be bought through that, because I'm looking at it. BattleNet is clocking in at... Whoops. Wrong one. Steam pre-order bonus. So we're talking about Steam pre-order bonus. See, BattleNet's been pushing it. See, that's one thing I've noticed. BattleNet's been trying to push premium CD key. And see, BattleNet's clocking in at the most. But yeah, it looks like the lowest is $54. Man, I am... Man, that's better. But yeah. Wish me luck. Jesus, that is a lot in DLC, though. I don't think that's one thing I don't get about the game. Because I noticed this leading up to the sale of Doom the Dark Ages. The game was super expensive. Like, it has a premium cost for it. Anyways, wish me luck, and as I said, I just gotta figure this out. I mean, GG.deals is usually very fair, but... I mean, what's funny and normally, right? It's just so weird. Because Doom is $70. Because I'm curious what the DLC is. Because the DLC is like 70. So, DLC, they're wanting $30. That's what I don't understand. Like, I've seen the gameplay, unless the gameplay has, like... And I'll have to find out tomorrow. Because it's either going to be done through Battle.net or the other. Let me see. But it doesn't say where the key is. Because, yeah, so it's $52 through Battle.net. And that's the cheapest. So the cheapest is that. And I'm assuming... And someone would say, well, I played this on Game Pass. Man, wow, you don't play games through thing. But I can't say if they're gonna launch this thing through Steam. Like I keep everything through Steam traditionally. Mm. Yeah, this is gonna be that weird one. I had a feeling I was gonna have to get it through Battle.net. So it's either gonna be bought through Battle.net because PC requires a different one. There's not at all a Steam. The Steam is more. So, like, the Steam is actually physically more. I'm curious right now. What is Battle.net's full price? I am so curious. So it's either the premium, which is $9.99, or the other one. But the version that is being sold is the premium. The premium has the Divinity. Do you know what would be funny? If that price includes... It doesn't say what Steam it is. It doesn't say the version. It does not say it. And that's the basic version. Oh, so the premium... Okay, so Steam Premium... I guess it's a Steam account. But... I don't even know how they do that. Yeah, so as I suspected, this game is highly expensive. And I was waiting to actually, truly see if it's going to be a drop. But lo and behold, it won't. Basically, the thing is going to be Battle.net. Battle.net by far is cheaper. But it's definitely gonna ruin my achievement planning. Well, shit, I can't stack it over there. And it still has that thing. But yay, but day out, it's still expensive as hell. And there is no rough, cheaper prices. Like, when I looked this up, and I've been just waiting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be very, very curious. Right? I mean, very extremely curious. I'm not saying they were trying to bypass Steam, because they're not trying to bypass Steam as much as Steam is not the cheapest. That is the odd part. Steam is usually the cheapest. And as I said, I've been trying to peruse the deals to see what happens. But yeah, that's scary. No, not Kingland. But yeah, about the cheapest you can find it without the DLC is through Battle.net. Ain't that stupid. Anyways, I will call it there, and then I'm gonna have to get this paid for and done. I'm just rest. I'll get back to this another day. Probably in between. I'm gonna probably not do as hard as I did on Expedition 33. But yeah, that is definitely some wild pricing, by the way. Like, this is the wildest pricing I have seen in a game in a while. Like, you would think, in theory, the game's cheaper without the other parts. But they've attached the DLC to it. So. And there's basically like $34 in DLC. Again, I'll find out tomorrow. But I shall catch people later. But yeah, no, Dune the Dark Ages. It should be a good game. But this pricing is insane. Because this is the only game that I've seen, either without the premium, you're paying for the DLC, and they're all skins. That is a thing. I'll have to see how bad that is. Because it'll probably be the first game I'm getting without having to go through Steam. Well, I mean, technically, all my games I usually play are on Steam. Except for games that are Battle.net. And Battle.net games don't carry over. So it's going to make it funny when you go achievement hunt. But anyways, I will catch people later today. But that does look like it's the cheapest version. Hard to believe, isn't it? Battle.net being cheaper than Steam. Never would I see the day, by the way. I don't think so. Who knows? That's actually a true fact. Battle.net's usually always premium. I shall be live until about 2 p.m. But I am going to have to test run the game and make sure it works. Because I need to see what settings with Doom the Dark Ages works. Because I'm pretty damn sure. I need to make sure and see at what rate it doesn't crash. So, we'll catch people then.